Live on a Thursday, the Sports Bash, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. Live video on the Twitter X platform, YouTube at Mike Gill Show. What's up, everybody? I'm your host, Mike Gill. Josh Hennings producing today's show. You out there, busy day today. Not a whole heck of a lot of craziness like yesterday, where you had tush push, you had the Hard Knocks announcement. A lot of stuff was just kind of dropping as the show was starting yesterday. But we are ready to look back. Little Phil's last night, another game, man. It is tough watching some of these games in Colorado. They are awful. One of my thoughts, I was listening to the game on the radio a little bit last night on my drive home. I was in the car like 9:30 last night listening to the game. And the Rockies were taking their starting pitcher out of the game. And I thought to myself, my God, how did this is what amazes me. They were playing the Pirates last week, and I had a similar thought. There was a guy pitching who was awful. Awful. The world that we live in today is giving too many people who are undeserving of opportunities. Like, hey, we just need a sacrificial lamb to go out there and throw for us while we're the worst team in baseball, and you, my friend, qualify. You throw 95 miles an hour, that's good enough. Just get out there and suck. Like, no pride whatsoever. Just get on the mound. ERA 6, 7. This guy last night an 11. At some point, you just pack it up and say, you know what? I'm just not good enough to be at this level. Like, at some point, you have to police yourself, right? This is akin to players not good enough, parents have money, they'll pay for him to be on the team, and the place doesn't have enough audacity to say to the parent, hey, man, your kid's not good enough, but we'll take your money. This is what is happening in Major League Baseball, of all places right now. Hey, man, I'll take your money. Just go out on the mound and get clobbered every single time you get out there. 8-41, by the way, the Rockies are. In that game last night, like 9-5, you look at the score and say, competitive game. The starting pitcher last night for the Colorado Rockies entered the game with an ERA in the 11s last night. The 11s. He couldn't get through 5 innings of the game. He gave up 10 hits, 6 runs, and I think the 6 runs lowered his ERA last night. It's an embarrassment what they're rolling out there every single night. The guy's name, by the way, he deserves to be recognized for reaching the majors. Carson Palmquist. Not Carson Palmer, just Carson Palmquist. And he's a lefty, by the way, so, you figure that the Phillies might have struggled a little bit up against a lefty. He is 0-2 with an 11.88 ERA. This is the clincher of how lousy this guy is. His whip is 252. And for people who always say, what are you talking about with whip? The whip is walks plus hits, innings pitched. How many runners do you put on base every inning between walks and hits? He puts almost 3 guys on base every single inning. So when Carson Palmquist walks to the mound, the bases are essentially loaded. That's maybe, you witnessed last night, potentially, one of the worst pitchers in Major League Baseball history who ever got an opportunity. Now, God bless the guy for getting an opportunity. He probably worked his ass off at some point in his life. But somewhere along the line, Carson Palmquist has to come to terms with the reality that all of us have to come to terms with. We're not good enough. And Carson Palmquist, you, my friend, qualify as simply not good enough. That game last night was just an absolute yawner. You take a look at, think about this. Taijuan Walker pitched last night for the Phillies, and he wasn't great. I mean, he was solid enough to get you through 5 innings. And you're looking at Taijuan Walker and saying, no, that's a big leaguer. The other guy, Not even close. And they went, imagine this. You go to the bullpen. You have an ERA of 11 plus. You go to the bullpen, and every guy you bring in, one guy's in the 5s, the next guy's in the 6s. I feel terrible for that guy managing, where you're just like, I got nothing here, man. This is now the one manager, Bud Black, he already got fired. The next guy in line, I don't know how you make it through a season where every time. But my thought is to go back to where I was driving in the car and I heard them taking Palmquist out. And I'm thinking to myself, no, I get it. The Rockies are obviously not trying very hard to win games. But this is where I'm like, there has to be more qualified pitchers somewhere, anywhere, than rolling out this guy every fifth day. And the other 3 guys that we've seen, the first guy, what's his name? He got drafted by the Phillies. Who was the first pitcher they threw the lefty in the first game of the series? Who was the first guy? Freeland. Kyle Freeland. He's a major leaguer. He's just having a bad year. He's been a decent major league pitcher. He got drafted by the Phillies. People forget that. But this guy's not a major leaguer. The guy that threw last night, Centella, he's not a major leaguer. It's a bad game, bad baseball, bad to watch. The Phillies scored 6 runs in the first 3 innings off this kid, and the game was essentially over. That lineup can't hit. They're terrible. They are terrible. Can you imagine 8-41? I mean, seriously, 8-41. Here's a couple highlights from the game last night that I take away, okay? 1, Harper hit a home run, but he hits it off Palmquist, so I don't know what to take from that. Now, Palmquist is left-handed, so that's good to see Harper stay in on a lefty and drive one out of the park. You got a homer from Real Muto and a double. Maybe that gets him going. I'm doubtful. Anything you do against Colorado has to be taken, and it's in Colorado, taken with a grain of salt. Trey Turner, home run last night. Good to see him show a little power. He's done very little of that this year. I thought, Real Muto getting the 2-out RBI, that came in a big spot, right? That was a big spot in the game for Real Muto to get a couple ribbies there with 2 outs because he has not had a really good year. Kind of an under-publicized that Real Muto has really kind of struggled this year. But last night, I will say, for a team that scored 9 runs and pounded out 12 hits, they were 2 for 13 with runners in scoring position last night. It could have been worse in the game last night. You think about that, you're thinking, man, you had 12 hits and only went 2 for 13 with runners in scoring position. I'm not going to bemoan the fact that they have won 3 in a row here. And by the way, first pitch in about an hour, the lineup has got to be out for today's game. Yeah. Let's take a look at that because I would imagine the lineup is going to be I'm imagining a right-hander's throwing because they threw a lefty last night and they threw a lefty in the first game. So I would imagine you got your lefty lineup in there today. You got Stott. Is it a lefty pitcher for them? I'm imagining
it's Marquez, right-hander.
Okay, so they got a right-handed pitcher, right? Because I was going to say Stott's at the top of the lineup, so it's obviously a right-handed pitcher because they threw a lefty last night and a lefty on Monday night. So I would imagine they're out of lefties. Although this seems like to be, hey, if you got an arm, you get an opportunity here. Stott, Turner, Harper, Schwarber, Castellanos, Kepler, Bohm, Marsh, Marchand. So Real Muto gets the day off today, day game after night game, and then a right-handed pitcher. So you got all the lefties in the lineup today with Kepler and Marsh and Stott. The only thing I would say about this, like, if I'm the Phillies, I'm playing this team, which is an embarrassment to the sport. You look at the opportunity to get, like, Harper a day off. Like, today's that kind of day, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, give the guys a day off. Why not?
Like, this is the kind of day where, like, listen, we're playing Colorado for the 4th day in a row. Let's just get him off his feet for the day. This is the day where our buddy David Sampson says, it's a sneaker day for you. Just don't play today. I mean, come on, we don't really need you today.
I mean, do you really need Castellanos out there again?
No, not to, but Castellanos obviously has this consecutive game streak going, which he seems to have something, and so that one I'm not even going to really get into. But this is a day where you can get Sosa an extra day in this series where you say, hey, you know what, let's find Sosa, he can go play today. Put Bohm at first base, put Sosa at third base. Weston Wilson played last night, but hey, he could play anywhere in the field pretty much. Let's get him out there. Or you can even give Turner the day off, put Sosa at shortstop, something to that effect, where today's one of the days where I'm probably trying to find a way that I can get days off.
This is a day like back in the day, a guy like Kevin Sefik would be playing.
Yeah.
For the Phillies, like the late 90s.
Now, Willie, I see your text message. I'm not saying that it's the man's fault that he's getting the shot at the big league problem. I'm saying it's the fault of the game that is we are at a point where that guy's getting the opportunity. I'm not giving him the crap for it. Now, I half joke by saying, look, dude, look at yourself in the mirror and realize you got to shut it down. Be your own boss in this situation. I know. I'm kidding and jesting that. He's not going to – look, at some point the pride takes over and says I'm just not good enough. But if they're going to keep trotting me out there, yes, he's going to take the check. You're right, Willie. This is a Major League Baseball problem that they are giving opportunities to people who really aren't ready for the opportunity.
Listen, Palmquist is trying to pitch as many games as he can to beef up his resume to be the next high school baseball coach.
That's a possibility, right? I pitched 5 games in the majors, and then you'll use that as a way to
the rest of your life.
And yeah, listen, kudos to him for getting here. I'm not bemoaning the fact. I said he probably worked his ass off to get here. I'm just saying he is way over his head pitching at this level.
Yeah.
Obviously, he's not ready, and he's 24 years old, so you're like, okay. Now, listen, Merrill Kelly's a guy who bounced around Japan for years and didn't really get a shot until he was in his 30s, and at that point, he kind of matured into a big league pitcher.
You're saying Palmquist needs to go to the KBO for a couple
I'm just saying
years.
There's opportunities at all different times and spaces. I think Palmquist is a little over his head pitching at this level, as his ERA in the 11s
indicates
would suggest. That's all. But to Willie's text message, I'm not bemoaning that he's out there. Sure, he should go out there if the team. I'm saying the team should realize that you're telling me that they don't have better options in their, well, maybe not in their system, but somewhere out there where you say, look, we're 8-41, we need to just get some veteran guy who can give us. Now, I understand, like, if you're trying to tank, which baseball's weird because we don't know the baseball prospects as well. Is there some baseball prospect that is the number one pick this year that everybody?
Well, remember, what you do this year is for next year's draft. So that's where baseball's weird, too, because the draft's in the middle of the season.
Yeah. So is there a player in next year's draft that everybody is, like, playing to make sure that they're in play for? Not that anybody. That's my point. But I will say, you talk about tanking in sports. Baseball, many teams have tanked, and it has worked for them. The Astros tanked. People forget the Astros tanked for
3 years.
3 or 4 years in a row where they lost over 100 games for 3 straight seasons. But what it led to was multiple World Series and multiple World Series appearances because they just loaded up their system with so many high-end talented players. So the tanking worked for the Astros. The Cubs were a really bad team. Part of the reason why they won the World Series in 2016 is they had a lot of locally grown young players and finally won World Series in 2016. The Baltimore Orioles are another team. Now, it's not working out for them right now, but they've won over 100 games 2 seasons in a row, in part because they brought up a lot of their young players, and those guys were ready to go, the offensive players. Now, they have not been able to find very many pitchers.
I was going to say
maybe they need Palmquist.
Maybe they do need Palmquist. I was going to say another team in recent years that was very much homegrown. They didn't tank, really, but they were homegrown was the 2018 Red Sox. A lot of those guys came up through their own system. So
yeah, but they didn't tank.
They didn't tank.
You're not following through with my plan here. I'm looking for teams that lost and built because they purposely
Kansas
lost.
City Royals, 2015.
There you go. Better one. Red Sox one, not a good example. Now, homegrown players is a different situation. The Phillies won their World Series in large part because they had a lot of homegrown guys. Right. They built through their system with Hamels and Utley and Rollins.
They didn't overtly tank.
No, the Phillies didn't.
They were more so stumbling and bumbling their way up the stairs, basically, and they got lucky a couple times. By the way, I do agree with Willie on the text board about there being, and I've believed this for years, but nothing will be done about it. There's just too many teams, not enough good players.
Yeah, I mean they're
the problem across all sports.
Yeah, they expanded to what? They're at 30 teams now.
30 teams in Major League Baseball.
Yeah, I mean the pitching, like
I guarantee you get rid of 2 teams, you'll see the quality of the game improve.
Well, yeah, you put less teams in sports, any sport, you're going to have a bit more quality because it's more competitive to get those jobs. What are you like?
I'm just saying I agree with Willie.
Yeah, what I'm
Willie made a
saying,
good point.
if you contracted 4 teams, then those 4 teams of talent would get dispersed, and that would bump out. What do you got? 25 man. That's over 100 players that would now get bumped out of the league. So yes, of course, there would be much more competition in the league, but that's not happening. But I still feel that like what Colorado's putting out there has to be better options, but they just don't want to spend the money. They know they're bad, so instead of just saying, hey, we'll go get a stopgap veteran player, let's just throw these guys out there, they're just spinning the wheel and hoping that somebody kind of hits. And I'm watching that game last night, listening when they pulled him out of the game, his ERA of 11-something. I'm like, oh, my gosh. Like, it's like you're watching a bad weekend tournament where you're just like, how did this team, decide to enter this tournament? Like, did they not – they spent all this money to travel here, and they're getting beat 21-1. Like, was that worth it for you? Like,
No.
Come on. Like, that's what the Rockies are doing. Can you imagine spending the money they have to spend to travel all around the country to get lambasted every single night?
I'd be embarrassed.
I think it's embarrassing for the sport that you have Colorado at 8-41 on the heels of a season where the Chicago White Sox were historically bad.
Right.
So back-to-back seasons here, you have teams that really had no competitive interest at all. Now, you look at the White Sox right now, they are 15-35, not very good. Yet, 15-35 is still 6 games better than Colorado is.
Right.
At this Colorado, we are in the month, it's Memorial Day weekend coming up, right?
Yes, it is.
They are 22 and a half games out of first place. 22 and a half games out of first place. The next furthest team out of first place, by the way, is the White Sox. They are 18 games behind the Detroit Tigers. Did you know the Detroit Tigers have the most wins in baseball?
Yes. Is that nuts?
Crazy, right? We're going to talk baseball, the Phillies in general, and baseball. 9-year Major League Baseball veteran Dave Gallagher is going to join us, and he had a thread on the X platform about the Phillies and what he's kind of seeing. Yes, he admits they're playing Pittsburgh and Colorado, but some of the things that he's seeing with this team that he wants to point out. By the way, did you see this story with Matt Gelb put this out, that Johan Rojas went in the stands to make a phone call, and security guards would not let Rojas back on the field. They did not believe that he actually was a player.
Dude, I have so many questions about this story. Like, I want to know, why did he need to go into the stands and make a phone call?
Who's he calling?
Yeah, who is he calling?
Who's on the other end of that call is what I want to know.
And how does that conversation go?
Zach Wheeler, by the way, went into the stands to help him out and got him back onto the field. So Rojas is not in the lineup tonight. No confirmation on whether or not that's the reason why. By the way, Alec Boehm, last 30 games, 324, 374 on base, 459 slug, 3 homers, 14 ribbies. Seems like Boehm starting to turn it around.
It's hitting season. It's getting warmer outside.
Yeah, buddy. All right, when we come back, 9-year Major League Baseball veteran, former Philly, Dave Gallagher joins me to talk a little Phils and baseball. I want to get his take, too, on when you have a logjam in the pitching rotation like the Phillies do, what is it like internally? Right? Do they want the young guy coming up? How would he be sitting in that Phillies locker room? Is there little factions of who wants what? All that and more coming up next on the Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. 2:25 on a Thursday. Memorial Day weekend is here. Lousy weather out there. I'm not arguing. I'll take the lousy weather in exchange for nobody to come down the shore this weekend. I need one more mental weekend of my own time before we get overcrowded. I'm just not prepared for the overcrowdedness yet, anyway. Dave Gallagher played 9 seasons in the majors, one of them with the Philadelphia Phillies. We're going to talk some baseball. He had a ex-post thread that stood out to me, and I wanted to make it a point to get him on to talk a little bit about it. He said, for the first time this year, I've seen the Phillies clicking on all cylinders. Took the Pirates and Rockies to build their collective confidence. It doesn't matter. They're all contributing. It looks like the ingredients are present for a World Series run, minus a couple pieces. Please read on, and we'll read on vocally here on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. I got a lot of questions on that, Dave. Good to have you back, buddy. How are you?
Always good to talk Phillies with you, Mike.
Yeah, man, and I read that, and I said, yes, it looks like they are clicking. But I want to get your perspective as, the Phillies are playing in Colorado right now. It is obvious that team is outmatched, awful. When you are a big leaguer in that clubhouse, how aware and alert are you of the other team's level of talent and how impressed are you when you are beating a team like Colorado? Is it something that's hey, expected, or they're big leaguers, you know what I mean? High school team, one's really good, the other one's not, and you don't generally see the not good team knock off the big one. So how is that perceived at the big league level?
It's such a good question, and sometimes you and I throw out a category that we're going to discuss, but we didn't really do that this time. So you're giving me an opportunity to share with your listeners what does go through the mind of a major league hitter. I'll say hitter, but also pitcher. And we would have a saying of getting right. Just got to get right. And all that means hitting wise is something's off. Like Bryce is getting right. It's been a while, right? But he's getting right. His swing, he's got more balance. He's seeing the ball better. JT. And people would be fair. Alec Bohm, a lot of people are getting right. And the pitching staff, all of a sudden, I don't think it's a coincidence that the bullpen is starting to shine a little bit. They're having some success. So I think the average fan will say, yeah, well, look who they're playing. They're having 2 series against well below average teams. But what it does for your self-esteem, your confidence, your psyche, you relax a little bit when you get a couple of knocks. I don't care if it's a blooper over the second baseman's head. You breathe a little bit better. Your food tastes better when you go home. And then it's amazing how it just falls into place. All of a sudden, you're keeping your front side in. You're more balanced. You're more patient. Everything starts to line up. Now, it's expected when you go play top teams with some of the top arms in the league. Nobody is going to have the amount of success against them as they would against weaker pitchers. But you're better prepared when you feel good about yourself and your confidence is there. So I think we got a glimpse of what management and administrative staff was hoping they'd see with this team, and the fans were hoping to see. We got a pretty good glimpse of it. And if that helps them when they play contending teams, and then especially down the stretch, I think we all agree this is a playoff team.
Yeah.
They have to assume they're a playoff team, and they got to make their moves as if they're going to be a playoff team, because that's not the goal.
Yeah.
The goal is going to be to win a World Series.
Absolutely. And you bring it up. They're a playoff team. So that's why I wanted to have this conversation with you, Dave. You've been in locker rooms. Sometimes there may be little fractions or, hey, we think we should do this. You tweeted about it a couple days ago. They have a surplus of starting pitching. You see what Abel did the other day. You got Painter knocking on the door. He had another great outing last night. Nola's struggling. He's on the injured list right now. How do you think that's all going to start playing out? Nola comes back up. Maybe he's just not his year and he's not right. You got Sanchez, who's a free agent. I don't really want to go to the bullpen. I'm trying to make some money here. But you got these two. How does that all play out in a veteran locker room?
Well, the 1 year that I was with the Phillies, the team this is not a knock to Lee Thomas, the GM. He was awesome as a GM, regular guy. It was like talking with a regular blue collar guy when you talked as a player to a GM. But he did, he let the players become involved in the decision making. And I remember Darren Dalton and Lenny Dykstra basically saying, we need some help. And we're talking about getting an innings eater. This was in spring training, right towards the end of spring training. So the players do talk about it. And the fact that they were asking for an innings eater, they knew the value in that. It would be a number 5 starter that we don't have to waste the bullpen in a big series or leading up to the next series. We need to hold on to some guys that can give us quality innings. So they realized the value of it. I'm sure the conversations have been had. I don't know which player. I feel like they could use a middle of the lineup right-handed hitter. I think would help give them balance. I had brought up Nolan Arenado. There's a risk there. He's getting up in age, and he's not as productive as he's been in the past. But I think he's a grinder, and I think he's a gamer. And I wonder if playing in front of Philly fans, what they can pull out of you, would help him. The other guy under the radar, and I certainly wouldn't give up a ton to get him, is Harrison Bader, just because of what he would bring. He brings an intensity. He brings energy. He's got a little bit of pop in his bat. He's got speed. He's an excellent defensive outfielder, especially in center. He's got the ability to lead off. Maybe you work it where it's a platoon leadoff with him and Stott, because I do like that balance to the batting order when Stott leads off. I've always liked Schwarber being more in the middle.
Yeah. Well, Stott's in the leadoff hole today, by the way. He is hitting leadoff. It is weird, Dave. I think we might have talked about this a week or so ago, but Stott is leading off against right-handed pitching, and then Turner is hitting leadoff against left-handed pitching. But the days that Stott is not leading off, he's not even in the lineup. You got Sosa essentially platooning with him. How often have you ever seen a leadoff hitter be platooned?
I've been part of one. So I understand it. And I think sometimes it lends to, is this more about Sosa than it is Stott? You can't take anything away from Sosa. We're all watching what this guy is doing.
Yeah.
And I think credit to Rob Thompson. I heard you on the radio the other day mentioning how, sports in general in Philadelphia, a lot of times the fan base just panics and they want to throw people away if they have a bad game or 3 bad games in a row. I just think that guy's a baseball guy. He's a baseball guy. He's been in it his whole life. He loves it. And when you love it, you think about it almost 24 hours. When you're awake, you're thinking about it. And it's not painful. You enjoy it. And you enjoy trying to figure out the puzzle of your team. He's managed to get Sosa in there enough. But if all of a sudden Sosa, because he's doing so well, becomes an everyday player, I've seen this happen. All of a sudden they get exposed to what their weaknesses are, and you start to see the warts, and you go, oh, man. But the way he's being used right now, it's almost like perfect. He produces, and then Stott gets a break against a tough lefty. So I always hoped for Stott and for the Phillies to just write his name in for 15 years and say he's our second baseman.
Yeah.
Yes, he'll struggle against tough lefties, but let him grind it out. I've seen him have good at-bats against lefties. Not so much last year. He was not as good. Seems to be rebounding a little bit this year. But there's something to knowing where you're going to be when you show up at the ballpark, where you're going to hit, what your role actually is. There's something to that, but I can't point a finger at anything that Rob Thompson is doing wrong right now.
I would talk with former Major Leaguer, 9-year Major League veteran Dave Gallagher, played 1 year in Philadelphia, 1995 with the Phillies, and as a platoon guy, right? So you're watching the Phillies. I know they're famous in 93, 2 years before you got there, for platooning, left field, right field. They had some platoons all over the place, second base at times. Is that a recipe, do you think, with Kepler and Wilson, Rojas and Marsh and Sosa and Stott? Are you okay with that for a World Series team, or is that something that they need to look at and address?
In my opinion, this window is open right now. In other words, I don't know if it's enough. And my God, you can't look back after the season and say, if only we'd have done this. There's always risk involved. I know Dombrowski is not afraid to pull the trigger if he feels that it can help. And so it won't shock me to hear you on the radio one day soon saying the Phillies made a trade, whether it's smaller scale or big scale even. In order to do that, as painful as it can seem to a fan, you've got to give something up. And I keep bringing up Sanchez, and the only reason I say that is because he's so valuable. He's so good, and he's young. And if you dangle that in front of a team that's not contending, they want to go young typically, right? They are hoping to build through their farm system and bring up young guys and develop them, and hopefully it all comes together the same year. Well, you can add a Sanchez to that mix for sure, but I wouldn't give him up unless I was getting difference maker in return, like a middle lineup right-hand hitter, or a closer. Like, what's the guy's name on Washington? It just takes the
Finnegan.
ball. He's just somebody I thought of because it's Washington, and because he just takes the ball. It seems like every day. And he's got experience. I don't see any fear in that guy's eyes in the last inning. Could be bases loaded, nobody out. He just takes the ball. He's got a toughness to him. And real quick, because I know you got a lot of listeners, I have to agree with John Kruk on Jose Alvarado. Just the fact that I think it can be one of the most selfish things that a person can do to his teammates, to his organization. I know, I've heard that he's a good person in the community. I've seen what he does off the field. So there's a good person there. But being accountable is not just what you're doing with a few different instances. This accountability.
You're talking about the fact that Alvarado just booked town and didn't face his teammates.
Well, I didn't even know that happened until you just said it.
He came in, he did not show up to work the next day. He was gone.
That's even worse. I mean, well, maybe he was out of shame, because I'd have a hard time facing my teammates, and that's why I wouldn't do it. That's got to be the most valuable thing to you, is your relationship with your teammates. It starts, a week after the World Series is over, you start working out. You start aiming towards your productivity the next year. Everybody is. And for them to be sitting good and him throwing as good as I've seen him throw, as consistent as I've seen him throw, and then bang, right? So I lived through that era, played through that era, and I still, when you ask about certain superstars that why aren't they in the Hall of Fame, my reaction to that is, I wish that they didn't conduct themselves in that way, because I would prefer to tell people that's the best hitter that I ever saw.
Right.
With my own eyes, being on the same field, or the best pitcher I ever faced. But I don't want to say, he was really good, then he took this or that performance-enhancing drug. And I just feel like it's such a letdown for your team and your organization. And I'm glad that John Kruk, I heard him talk about it in that way. It's hard for an active player to do it because the union is so strong. You stick together. You don't want to throw anybody under the bus. So that's rare. But, you get tired of hearing the same response. It seems like it's straight out of an attorney's mouth of, I didn't know what I was taking. I took something over the counter. I didn't know it. I apologize. I'm accountable for everything, and I'll pay the penance or whatever. You get tired of it. Just, do the right thing. Someday your kids are going to ask you about it.
Well, and it's easy to you take a picture, there's a portal here, can I take this? They tell you yes or no. It's pretty cut and dry these days with all the information that's out there. Dave Gallagher is with us here, talking a little baseball, played 9 years in the majors, 1995 with the Phillies. Another tough spot for veteran players, I would imagine. Nola's still struggling. Now he's on the injury list. Let's just say he's still struggling. I know that the teammates want to support him, but what do they want more? Supporting him or a better option if he's still struggling? How does that work out?
I think the balance is in the player himself, in their own head. He's been around, so he's not stupid. He knows he's not performing well, and he knows his job is on the line all the time, right? I think they are pulling for him to be the guy that he was, or anything close to the guy that he was. The fact that he went on the injury list, I was wondering. The velocity seemed to be down. So I was wondering, sometimes a pitcher, they'll hide sorenesses out of, I don't know, toughness or out of career. But sometimes you can also see it on their face, like when they're releasing a pitch. If it's something in their shoulder or elbow that's painful, you can't hide that. There's like a look on their face, of pain. And they'll fight through it. They're competitive. And so I guess that's a long way of saying I know his teammates will be pulling for him, but when it comes right down to it, this team has been close. They want to go. They want to climb over that mountain.
Yeah,
I would say man to man, they want to win the World Series.
Well, it's going to be interesting, Dave, what they're going to do. I mean, Mick Abel came up, he dazzled, and obviously was a first-round pick. So I think people got excited about him. But Painter is they've already said he's coming up at some point. So that's not even a secret. It's like, okay, he's coming up at some point. But where is he fitting into this rotation? You've got Wheeler, Luzardo, Sanchez, Nola, Suarez. That's 5. So he's replacing one of those guys, it would seem. That's where this is going to be an interesting square peg, round hole in about, 2 weeks, 3 weeks when they make this decision. I mean, he's been at AAA now making 3 starts. I would imagine they don't want to waste too many more of his innings down at that level if they plan on bringing him up.
Yeah, I agree with you. And that's why I guess I keep bringing up, like, if you personally, I always do this to you, and I apologize, but I always am interested in your answers. If you were a GM and you had the ability to move one of those starting pitchers, aside from Wheeler,
yeah,
I don't think Nola gives you much value because of his performance this year, but also his status.
Not to mention, he just signed a 7-year, $120 million. He's got 6 years left on that deal.
So even if you ate a lot of that, which I don't think the Phillies would be looking forward to doing, it'd be a hard guy to move. So I don't know what his value in return would be. Suarez is fighting his way back. It seems like not every start's a big start for him as far as that goes. As far as, do we move him? And I don't mean move him to the bullpen or I mean, do we move him to get something in return? Would you say Sanchez brings more in leverage and value than Suarez right now?
Sanchez or Suarez? I think your first question. I think Sanchez. Number one, he signed to a manageable deal. They just gave him a contract last year, and that's the interesting part about it is that because Suarez is a free agent, so you're not. If you're the other team, you don't even know that you bring Suarez back and health. Suarez has had a lot of health issues with the back. He's been on the injured list multiple times. Sanchez seems to be a little bit more durable, although he had the arm issue. He didn't miss a start. So I think Sanchez would have more value than Suarez. Suarez being a free agent, though, probably, Dave, lends to him being more tradable. And then you threw Abel's name, I think, at the end there. He's a very intriguing one. I mean, did you see his numbers at AAA last year? He was 3-14 with a 6.86 ERA and a WHIP of 181. I mean, you're thinking this guy's off the prospect list, and he was lucky to be on the 40-man.
That's crazy. And then he comes up and gives you a start like that.
Now he's been better this year at AAA. He has cut the walks down, which was a big bugaboo for him.
Yeah, that's what's intriguing to a team that's just not going to win. Not going to make the playoffs, but they know they might be years away. But 2 points. The one about Suarez being a free agent, that happened to me where I actually, back when people read newspapers, you don't do it too much anymore, but I picked up the newspaper and I was traded to Detroit.
That's how you found out?
That's how I found out.
Wow.
I was traded to Detroit for Gary Pettis.
Gary Pettis, he could run.
You could run. He was a very good center fielder. So it was just a straight-up deal. Now, he was going to be a free agent. That's why Detroit was trying to make this move. They would have had more years at a lot cheaper price out of me before I became a free agent. So I show up at the ballpark later that day and find out – we're playing Detroit, by the way, and find out that the deal fell through because the White Sox could not get him signed to a long-term deal. So that can happen with Suarez, and probably would be, the team trading for him would probably say contingent upon us again giving him a multi-year deal. But the injury would scare me. I'd have to see a couple more starts to see that he's healthy. But man, if there was ever a category that they have in abundance right now, always a risk. But keep in mind, when you get to the playoffs, typically you're going to use 4 and sometimes 3 starters. So even if Painter came up and wet the bed, you might not have to use them that much.
Right.
But if he did well, I remember when, this is a long time ago, but when the Phillies were in the playoffs and they had 2 guys, I think it was Dickie Knowles and Marty Bystrom, basically came out of nowhere and pitched lights out. I mean, Dickie Knowles was coming up and in, knocking guys on their butt, and just like, wow, just established, the pitching staff overall. So I just feel like I'd hate to see them end up getting knocked out of the playoffs and thinking, man, if we just had another arm, or if we had a little more balance against a lefty. They're so close.
Yeah. Well, they've been close for a while. We'll see if Dave Dombrowski tweaks something or does something major this time, because this has been a lot of the same guys who have come just short, but it's been progressively shorter. They went to a World Series, lost. NLCS, lost. Division Series, lost. So let's see what Dave Dombrowski does. He's got, by the way, 2 months and change until the trade deadline, July 31st. Dave Gallagher and I will probably have more conversations between now and then about what this team looks like. Right now, so far, so good, but the team they're playing, the last 2 teams they're playing, not Major League caliber. This is 8 and 4. You ever been on an 8-41 club?
No, not that bad, but I've been on some bad teams.
It can't be good. Can't be fun walking in that locker room every day at 8-41. Dave, have a great Memorial Day weekend, man.
You do the same, Mike.
All right, there you go. Former Philly, 9-year Major League veteran Dave Gallagher joined us here, gave us his insight on plenty of topics. Great stuff, as always, with Dave Gallagher. Coming up, we got so much more to get into. By the way, Jason Stark from The Athletic, MLB, quarter century, first 25 years, his quarter century MLB team. Now, I haven't seen the list yet. We were talking about it before the show. I put together the guys that I would put on the list. I'm going to see how many of those were on Stark's list. So far, I have a first baseman, a third baseman, a catcher, a DH, a left fielder, a center fielder, a right fielder. I have 4 starters and a closer. So I got to fill in my second baseman, my shortstop, and I need another starting pitcher. I'll do that during the break. I'll come back, and in about 11 minutes, we'll reveal Stark's list and compare it to my list. And you guys can text in some names as well, 609-403-0973. Let's get at it on a Thursday edition of the Sports Bash. Mike Gill here telling you about my friends over at Game Day Men's Health. Well, guys, summer is now here. Memorial Day weekend, but if you're a weekend warrior and you want to get out there and enjoy the summer to its fullest potential, check out my friends at Game Day Men's Health. Yeah, they got treatable MSK therapy where your foot's bothering, your back's bothering, your neck's bothering you, your elbow, like me's been bothering you, knee pain, scar tissue, tendon pain. MSK therapy, ask about it. Shockwave therapy, accelerated healing, non-invasive, highly effective. It's one of the few places in the state that offers it. They also 15-minute consultation, free of charge. Walk in, 3069 English Creek Avenue. Testosterone replacement, weight loss, ED, vitamin injections, and so much more. You can even get your blood work done at Game Day Men's Health. Reclaim your life with optimized testosterone. All right, 3 o'clock, Sports Bash this hour brought to you by Broadleaf's Plumbing, Heating, Air Conditioning, your trusted source. Heating, plumbing, installations, and service for generations. 609-390-3907. Online, broadleafs.net. Well, happy Memorial Day weekend coming up. We'll have plenty of things tomorrow to discuss for the weekend. A lot of things happening this weekend, I would imagine. The weather's not supposed to be all that great, though, right? Kind of crappy this weekend. It's like look in the 60s all weekend.
Cloudy, partly cloudy.
So does that
partly
prevent
sunny.
people from making the decision to come down, that it just say, weather's not all that great, I'll take a pass?
From my experience, people will come to the shore no matter what on Memorial Day weekend. They just change what they're going to do at the shore for the weekend. So instead of it being like all beach, all boardwalk, they find other stuff to do.
So they still come.
Oh, they're still coming. Some of them are here now.
Are they?
Oh, yeah.
All right, so give me the title of this Stark article.
So Jason Stark wrote this article, and it's an interesting project by The Athletic. So it's called Presenting the MLB All-Quarter Century Team, the very best in baseball since 2000. And what Jason Stark did in building this team, he said, now, this is my team, he said, but people who read The Athletic have their chance to vote who they think their team is going to be. And The Athletic is actually going to compare their readers' ballot to Jason Stark's team.
Yeah, that's basically what I'm going to do here. So he put together, and just for clarification, he picked players at every position, a DH, 5 starters, and a closer.
Correct.
Okay. So I did the same.
You follow the rules.
I did follow the rules. I'm a rule follower, not a rule breaker. Here's what I did. I came up with 1 player at each position, a DH, and 5 starters and a relief and a closer. I'm going to go with the guys that I came up with and see if they match his.
All right, so let's start with first base.
All right. My first baseman was Albert Pujols.
Any particular reasoning, or just like you felt that was the obvious pick, or?
My particular reasoning was I thought he was the best first baseman from the years 2000. Like everybody here, I picked them because I thought they were the best player at that position for the quarter century.
So Jason Stark also picked Albert Pujols, but he did mention that he considered Miguel Cabrera, Joey Votto, Todd Helton, and Freddie Freeman.
Well, when we were talking before the show, I said Cabrera is a tough one because he's a first baseman. He did play a little third base, but I wouldn't think he'd be looked at as a third baseman. I also said he DH'd.
Yep.
And you could make a strong argument that Cabrera is a top 5 player in the last quarter century.
100%.
And he's not on this team.
He's not.
So Pujols was his pick. He's also mine.
Right. So you are so far in line.
In concert here. Second base is hard. Like Ann Kinsler could have been there. Jeff Kent could have been there. Chase Utley, I guess, could be there. Robinson Cano could be there. Is there anybody else? Did I say
Dustin
his?
Pedroia?
Did I say his?
You said his in your list of people.
All right, so his pick is one that they're the 4 that I thought. Cano, Utley, Ann Kinsler, and what was the other one I said? Jeff Kent.
Oh, okay, so you actually didn't name his.
I did not.
No.
Okay. So his is not one of those 4.
He said this was the hardest position to make a decision.
Yeah, I didn't really even have one that stands out. I have all 4 of those names kind of jotted down in chicken scratch.
So
here.
he discounted Robinson Cano because he was a 2-time offender of performance-enhancing drugs, and it's hard to know how much of it was.
Was that the guy you say got dinged?
Yes.
Okay, so I wouldn't have gone with Cano here. I will probably say Jeff Kent would be the answer that I would most likely give.
So he went with Jose Altuve.
Oh, really? Okay. Altuve was the pick there.
Because he said it came down to him for either Utley or Altuve. And he said, well, Utley has played.
See, this is interesting. So,
yeah.
Okay, Jeff Kent, by the way, I guess he falls into the Clemens situation. He played a lot in the 90s, But in 2000 to 2008, now towards the end of his career, he did slow down a little bit.
Right.
But from 2000, he was the MVP of the league in 2000. He also was an All-Star, 1, 2, 3, 4 times in the 2000s. But he was the MVP of the league in 2000s. And in 2000, he hit 33 homers, 22, 37, 22, 27, 29. I mean, I don't know how many second basemen had the power that Jeff Kent did, now he played 8 years in the 2000s. So like Clemens, we had the discussion off the air before, didn't make his list. So that I know because Clemens would be on my list. He only pitched 7 years in the 2000s.
Right.
But if you're asking me, Jeff Kent or Jose Altuve, now Altuve won an MVP as well.
Yeah, so his explanation here is, while Utley has played the most games at second base of any player in the 21st century, Altuve's 2,274 hits, along with his 305 batting average and his OPS of 826, gives him the edge over Utley.
So he went Altuve over Utley. He didn't even consider and Kinsler not mentioned?
Not mentioned.
Interesting.
No love for Kinsler or Kent.
So Kinsler, man, he was a.
See, I would have thought Dustin Pedroia would have gotten some consideration here.
He was kind of a quick flare out. He had like a couple big years and then kind of flamed out.
True. I mean, he was like 6 years, but still, I kind of thought that he might at least get some like.
Kinsler,
something.
by the way, Rookie of the Year. 1, 2, 3, 4 All-Stars, couple Gold Gloves, top 20 MVP voting multiple times. Had a home run season of 31, 32, 28, 22. So maybe not the most – I don't think he should have been the guy, but he didn't get a mention there. I was a little surprised. That's all. All right, so that one he went with Altuve, which I don't have a big problem with. Third base is tough. A-Rod, I don't know if he considered him a third baseman or a shortstop. And if he was a shortstop, I don't even know if he's the shortstop. But would A-Rod be the answer for him as the third baseman?
A-Rod was not the answer, but he was one of the players considered.
Okay, because he went to New York. That was in 2004. And in 2004, he switched to third base. So his time in New York for 12 years, he hit 283 with 351 homers with the Yankees. He won 2 MVPs with the Yankees as a third baseman. He also won MVPs in the 2000s with the Rangers. So he won 3 MVPs from 2000 to his career ended.
Yeah, but the MVP he won with the Rangers was a shortstop.
Yes, that's why I was not sure if shortstop, third base. He won 2 MVPs with the Yankees as a third baseman. By the way, in the year that he won the MVP at 54 homers, 156 RBI, hit 314 with a 422 on-base percentage. You see any guys having numbers like that anymore?
No.
Do you think they were enhanced?
Well, A-Rod admitted he was enhanced, so...
Well, he got suspended for the whole 2014 season because of it. But, so you're saying A-Rod was not his third baseman?
He was not, but he does mention him as one of the guys who had to be considered.
Okay. If it's not him, if it's not A-Rod as the third baseman, then I have to go and wonder, Chipper Jones?
He says Chipper Jones is the last quarter century because Chipper Jones, both his World Series and MVP award were in the 90s.
The MVP was in the 99 season, but in 2000, he played 12 years in the 2000s. And by the way, MVP 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 times he was in the top 30 MVP voting at third base. So who else would be a third baseman in that range? There's a lot. Those were the two that stood out to me. A-Rod and Chipper Jones. I wrote down A-Rod was the name that I wrote down on my paper.
So there's 4 guys you have not named, and I'm going to give you the 3 who did not get the pick, but who were honorable mentions. Manny Machado, Nolan Arenado.
Manny Machado. Okay, so I'm thinking of him more as a shortstop earlier, and so he only played third base since the last
Diego.
5 years.
Yeah. Nolan Arenado.
Okay.
Jose Ramirez.
Jose Ramirez has been pretty good under the radar guy. Adrian Beltre, what about him?
He was the pick.
I was going to say, and now the Beltre, I talked about him before the show, and I went with A-Rod over. Beltre was the other guy that I mentioned I didn't write down.
So he says, at the end of the day, how could this not be Beltre, who fell just short of 3,000 hits of 500 home runs on this side of the Y2K line?
His numbers are staggering. 455 home runs for Beltre. I don't know that anybody would have guessed that he had almost 500 homers.
Yeah. Beltre, he says, to him is the obvious choice.
Okay.
So by the way, so far, for those who are wondering,
his numbers as a third baseman
yeah.
are better than A-Rod's as a third baseman because A-Rod only played the 12 seasons as the third baseman.
Yeah, so there's a couple of positions that Stark says it has to be this guy no matter what. Beltre at third, Pujols at first.
Beltre over all the other guys, I would agree.
So now we got to get shortstop
Okay.
to complete the infield.
Shortstop is all over the map.
Mm-hmm.
The best shortstop in the last 25 years. I mean, Jeter, he's a tough one because numerically he's not great. But did he care about that?
Jeter is on the list of guys who were in consideration.
So, because Jeter, yeah, he is the not a numbers guy. You wouldn't say his numbers are what stand out about him. But all right, so where is a shortstop? You got so because you said Manny Machado. I mean, you could have gone back to his early days with Baltimore, and I don't know that he would have been the guy on this particular list, by the way. All right, let's see. I'm going to. Oh man, I mean, you could possibly throw in Lindor. He's had a run here. Miguel Tejada during his time in Baltimore.
Both players are mentioned.
Really? Okay, so that's what I'm saying. Recently, there's a lot of good shortstop. Nomar Garcia-Pera was a beast for a while there. Would he have been the guy that he considered? Man, I'm trying to rack my brain for 25 years here. A lot of those years I was very young. I don't remember a lot. Francisco Lindor in Cleveland, not New York as much. Tulowitzki, would he have been a guy? He had a flash in the pan.
Tulowitzki got an honorable mention from Stark.
Okay. So I'm on to something there, at least mentioning some names that he looked at. You got Bobby Witt Jr., if you're looking at today's game. Would be.
You're forgetting an MVP award winner.
An MVP award winner. Hanley Ramirez? He didn't win an MVP.
No.
Carlos Correa is not long enough longevity. Jeter, I mentioned. Jimmy Rollins won an MVP. Would he have been the guy of the quarter century, though? Man, he wouldn't even come on my list. Not over the guys I just mentioned, anyway. If he's the guy there, I'm a little disappointed. But
I think you'd be disappointed with this answer no matter what.
Edgar Renteria, not an MVP.
That was a more like overlapping between the 90s and early 2000s.
I like A-Rod played shortstop and won an MVP. He can't be at two positions, can he?
He says in here,
Trey Turner, he didn't win an MVP.
Trey Turner did not win an MVP.
So did he have A-Rod twice?
He just mentions A-Rod, that he feels like A-Rod is more on the third baseman list.
Have I mentioned the guy?
You have mentioned the guy.
Okay.
So, really quick. So
By the way, shortstop is one position I left blank.
So his three finalists.
Every other position, except for one starter, I'm going to have to come up with. Go ahead.
So he said the finalists for him came down to three players.
Okay.
Jeter, Lindor, and Rollins.
All right.
He says those were the three that he came down to when he had to choose.
Did he go with Rollins?
He did not go with Rollins.
Okay.
But Rollins was one of the three finalists for him.
All right.
So it's either Jeter or Lindor. So who would Mike Gill pick?
Well, those two would not be. Neither one of those would be my pick. None of those three would be in my top. Selection for me. So, and Lindor never won a MVP.
No, but he talks about in here about how Lindor has a higher WAR than any other shortstop this century.
Interesting. So then Lindor's the answer?
He went with Jeter.
Okay.
Jeter from 2000.
Oh, well, yeah, because you said the guy won the MVP.
Jeter from 2000 to 2014 had 2,656 of his 3,000-plus hits.
When did Jeter win it? Oh, he didn't win an MVP, though.
No, I just said an MVP was one of the guys on the list you didn't name yet.
I was going to say, you really threw me off because I thought you said the guy he picked was
No, I
was
said
an
one
MVP.
of the guys that you were asking me, who have I not named yet? I said the guy who's won an MVP.
Gotcha.
That was
That's
Rollins. You had not named Rollins yet because Rollins won.
All right, that's why I was
finalists.
confused because I was saying, well, Lindor never won the MVP, then Jeter didn't win the MVP. Yeah. All right, so he went with Jeter.
He went with
probably, that's a tough one because a lot of the guys that I meant, like Tulowitzki was a flash in the pan kind of guy. Garcia Parra had a bunch of good years, but
Very early in his
I
career.
left that spot blank because I basically was undecided on what to do there. All right, every other position I do have filled in except for one starting pitcher. I'll go to catcher next. I have Buster Posey.
Let me scroll down the catcher. He goes the outfield before the catcher, so let me scroll down here. Okay, Buster Posey was one of the three that he considered.
Yeah, Buster Posey was my answer. He won an MVP. He was the Rookie of the Year. He was a 7-time All-Star. He World Series champions, a batting title. He won a batting title as a catcher. That's almost impossible to hear. So I went with Buster Posey.
So he did not go with Posey. Posey was one of his three finalists.
And Piazza could have been in there if you were looking for the power.
Piazza was not in this.
Wow,
list.
okay.
He said for him, he says there's three players. Buster Posey, Joe Mauer, and Yadier
Joe
Molina.
Mauer would have been high batting average, not a lot of power.
He says in the article, I called a major league scout and asked him of those three who he would pick.
Yep.
He didn't hesitate. Quote, it's got to be Yadi. End of story. I don't care about the numbers. Yadi has all the nuanced stuff you can't measure. Go look at all those Cardinals pitching staffs that got better when we got him behind the plate. The second he left, they have never been the same. It's got to be Yadi. I don't care what the numbers say, unquote.
All right. Well, by the way, Mauer did win an MVP as well.
He did.
So Posey and Mauer each won MVPs.
But he went with Yadier Molina.
Yeah, I mean, I guess if he's throwing defense into the mix.
Well, the scout said,
Generally, when you're putting together these lists, you're looking at offensive numbers.
you are, but catcher is a bit of a different position.
All right, I'll go outfield here.
All right. Position by position, where are we starting?
I'll go left field.
Okay.
This one's going to be tough because the way that you've kind of set up some of these other ones, I don't know which era he puts Bonds in. But I think it's hard to leave Bonds off when he was the MVP for 4 straight years in the 2000s, and he was the runner-up in 2000. And in the year 2001, from 2001 to 2004, he hit 49, 73, 46, 45, and 45 homers. He could have retired there and been the best player you ever saw.
So Bonds is one of the 4 left fielders he said were finalists. And then he narrowed it down from 4 to 2.
Okay.
So Bonds is one of the 4. Can you name the other 3?
Other left fielders.
Yes.
Other than Bonds, that would be even Manny Ramirez.
He's one of the guys. Yep. He was a finalist under consideration.
Manny Ramirez. Manny Ramirez would definitely be on that list.
By the way, I will mention to the audience listening, the only player he overtly dinged for the PEDs was Robinson Cano.
Okay.
because he felt that Cano, you don't know how much of his success was because of the PEDs or not, while some of these other guys, they were already great athletes and players.
Trying to figure Ryan Braun, maybe?
Ryan Braun is one of the finalists considered.
Okay.
You got one more, Mike. Come on, Mike.
Well, I'm trying to figure out what position. Some of these guys, you don't know what position he counted them as.
These are left fielders. So his primary thing is games played in left field.
Okay. The other left fielder could have been, like, Juan Soto played left in Washington. Left field, Carl Crawford played left. He wouldn't be this good to be on a list.
It's definitely not Carl Crawford.
I'm just thinking of guys that, that had. Am I totally missing a left fielder? I mean, those are the ones. The one that I just gave you,
Soto,
as he played left field, I think in Washington because they had Harper.
So Soto actually has played the second most games in left field of any player in the 21st century.
Oh, wow. I didn't realize that. Would he be the other guy?
He is the other guy.
Okay. So I went with Bonds. I mean, there's no human being on earth that I would pick over Bonds in anything baseball related.
So he goes with Barry Bonds as well. Barry Bonds is the highest wins above replacement of any left fielder in the 21st century. Bonds has actually played more games in left field than Juan Soto. But he did keep Juan Soto in consideration because Juan Soto has a very interesting stat close to Bonds. You ready for this, Mike? Juan Soto is only right now, and remember, he's still a young player. He is only 80 RBI behind Bonds in the 21st century.
Impressive.
So he said that Soto's age and the fact that he's catching up the Bonds in the games played and the RBI have to make him in consideration, but he went with Bonds.
And Manny Ramirez was also there.
He was a finalist.
Yeah. All right, center field. I went with Mike Trout. Ken Griffey Jr. wasn't as good in the 2000s as he was in the previous, so that's why I didn't go there.
Right, no Griffey.
Is Mike Trout on the list? Is he under consideration here?
Mike Trout, as he puts it, and I'm reading from this. Do yourself a favor and pretend the aches and pains filled from 2021 to 2025 did never happened. And then dream for a minute about Mike Trout from 2011 to 2020. He says, with all due respect to Carlos Beltran, Andrew Jones, Torrey Hunter, Jim Edmonds, and Andrew McCutchen, the first 10 seasons of Mike Trout were epic.
Mm-hmm.
He could have easily won the MVP every single season. The man has averaged a 9.6 WAR during that period. The only answer is Mike Trout.
Okay. All right. So we were on the same page there. Andrew Jones, Christian Yelich, maybe not anywhere close to Mike Trout.
He did give Andrew McCutchen a little hat tip, though. So
Okay. Right field, I went Ichiro. And I don't know what position he has Mookie Betts playing, but he probably would be in the conversation. Aaron Judge, Vlad Guerrero.
So there's 6 players he names for his right fielders. You named a couple of them already. He actually says in the article, you could actually make an entire team just of right fielders in the 21st century. Because he says,
I just gave you a bunch right there.
Because he says Ichiro could lead off for your team, then Mookie Betts would bat second. In the middle of the order, you could have Judge, Harper, and Vlad Sr., followed by Gary Sheffield, Bobby Abreu, and Giancarlo Stanton.
Yeah, I mean, Bryce Harper, he didn't even mention yet.
So he said you
Did
literally...
Bryce Harper not get a mention?
Harper is a mention, but he is not the pick.
Okay, so I went Ichiro.
To him, he says Ichiro was his second, but he had to go with Aaron Judge.
If you went power, I can't argue with that. I went with Ichiro just because of how impressive. I mean, batting average-wise, I mean, you're not getting anything. You never saw anything like it before in your life. I mean, he was just unbelievable. I mean, his batting average numbers, not to mention, he won an MVP. He was Rookie of the Year, batting champion twice. his batting average for his career, you played 19 seasons and he hit 311. You talk about when he was 43 years old, he was hitting 291. This guy hit 350, 372, 351, 352. I mean, it was crazy a stretch. By the way, he made the All-Star game 10 straight times. He was one of the best hitters you ever saw in your life.
Stark goes on to say that he believes Aaron Judge is going to go down as one of the greatest right-handed hitters to ever live in Major League Baseball.
Interesting.
He says he's doing things we've literally never seen.
Power, and he does hit for a high average. He's not a big, it's not like he hits 60 home runs and then hits 220.
No.
All right, we'll look at the pitchers on Jason Stark's all-quarter century
Also
team.
DH.
And the DH. That's all coming up next here on a Sports Bash Thursday edition. 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app, and live video streaming on the X platform, YouTube. Hey, don't forget, stop out and see us live a week from tomorrow outside McGettigan's 19th hole at the ShopRite LPGA Classic, our annual live broadcast from outside the first tee. If you're going to the ShopRite LPGA, stop by and see us. We'll be right outside McGettigan's 19th hole from 2 to 6, the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN. All right, 3:32. Have a little fun with this Jason Stark quarter-century list. Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. By the way, Ranger Suarez gets out of a little bit of a jam in the first. Gave up a triple. Left the runner stranded. Nothing in the second. Nothing in the third. Phillies and Rockies on getaway day. They're heading to Sacramento to play the Athletics starting tomorrow.
Pathetic.
You don't like the AAA stadiums?
I hate the AAA stadiums.
Well, one's a single-A stadium.
I mean, it just looks so cheap. It's like, hey, we're a Major League Baseball team. We make tons of money, and we're in this stadium.
Probably nicer than Oakland Alameda County Stadium. And I think I haven't been to Tropicana Field, but kind of a dump.
I mean, I've been told the Tropicana was very cavernous, and it just was way too big for a baseball stadium in general. So, they got to build a stadium for both teams, but I just feel like being in a minor league stadium is just such like a, really, this was the best idea you had?
Yeah, it's not ideal, the Tampa Bay situation. That's the best idea they had. I mean, what are they supposed to do? They didn't anticipate their roof getting blown off.
Right.
So, under the circumstances.
The Athletics I blame more than Tampa.
Yeah, the Athletics thing is a disaster because they haven't been able to get a deal done with the Oakland. But I actually kind of like the charm of playing. Like, if you're a fan, obviously for the players it sucks. You're playing in a minor league stadium. You're a big leaguer.
I mean, also on television, it just, like, you're watching a base. Like, we're watching, even though the Rockies are a trash baseball team.
No, their stadium's great.
Their stadium looks like a Major League stadium. And, like, you see, like, hey, look at those people behind Alec Boehm as he struck out looking.
Well, when you look at these games on TV at the minor league, they have people sitting behind the plate.
Yeah, but the stadium looks small.
It does. No, listen, if you're a fan, though, it'd be pretty cool to go see a big league game at a single-A stadium. Can you imagine going to the Sandcastle Stadium and having the Phillies play a game there?
That would be cool.
That's essentially what at least Steinbrenner had. Well, Steinbrenner Field in Florida has 11,000 seats. I think that's bigger than the Surf Stadium.
Right. Well, I was going to say, for example, remember when the Blue Jays had to play their games in Buffalo? They couldn't be in Toronto.
Well, the Blue Jays played in Dunedin because of COVID.
Right. But they also played in Buffalo. And I was told that the experience in Buffalo was actually a lot of fun for a lot of fans. Because
Absolutely.
They said that it was so cool that they basically smacked 11,000, 12,000 people into the Buffalo Stadium for every game.
Totally cool.
And they said the energy was great. So, maybe.
Well, when the Phillies played in Tampa this year, the place was packed every night. They ain't getting an atmosphere like that at Tropicana Field.
No. So maybe it's just I'm a little bit too focused on the visual optics on television.
I think so. I mean, I'm saying for the big leaguers, it sucks that they're playing in a single-A stadium. But I think for the fans, it is actually pretty cool to go to a major league game at a field that close and that small. Like, even when I go to spring training, you're on the field. I mean, the stadium is tiny watching the pros play there. All right, Jason Stark's all-quarter century team from 2000 to 2025. The lineup was Pujols, Altuve, A-Rod at third, Jeter at short. Posey was not the catcher. Who was the catcher?
Molina.
Molina. My catcher was Posey.
Your catcher was Posey.
Right. Bonds in left. No, he went with...
He was Bonds.
Okay. Trout in center.
He had Trout.
And he had...
Judge
in so...
And you had Ichiro in right.
Yeah, I had Ichiro in right. So... The DH I have is David Ortiz.
He goes with David Ortiz, too, for this specific reason.
I'm not even sure there's another option.
Well, he said there is another option. He said, leaving Ohtani off of this might be difficult, but I've created a new position for him, DH/A/superhero. He says, so the obvious pick then is Ortiz.
Yeah, I mean, for people wanted the DH for all these years. Now the Phillies actually have a real DH, but for years I'm anti-DH, and I'm still anti-DH even with Schwarber, because guess what? Schwarber can go play left field fine. He's not great. He's not going to win a Gold Glove. They went to a World Series with him playing left field. So I hate the DH, and nobody has a good DH but the Phillies and Ohtani. That's it. What would Ohtani be doing if they didn't have a DH? I guess he'd have to play in the American League.
He had to play in the American League, or I know in Japan at times he played in the outfield.
Yeah, I mean,
Outfield and pitcher. Thoughts?
yeah, I mean, I just hate the DH. I can't stand it. I still hate the DH. It bothers me in so many instances every night of the week when I'm watching a game.
See, I don't mind the DH because I remember so many fun DHs when I was younger in the American League.
They just don't name me 4 DHs right now other than Schwarber.
Like current DHs,
Yeah,
or like
other
all
than
time?
Schwarber and Ohtani.
Well,
Who's
you're
a
right.
DH?
The problem in the current DH category is a problem. I mean, I don't even know who the current DHs are for every team.
There's nobody who's
I
an
feel like most of the
everyday
DHs are just like random dudes now.
Yeah. All right, here's my pitchers. My closer. You want me to go closer or starters?
Let's get closer out of the way because only one of them.
Rivera.
He goes Rivera too.
Yeah, that's not even a conversation. All right. I gave you Joe Nathan, Trevor Hoffman, Billy Wagner. I mean, there was a couple really good ones. I mean, the closer positions like the DH now, very few. But back then, there was like legitimate closers.
He says in the article, I am forced by this exercise to remove the first 5 seasons of Mariano Rivera's career, and it's still no contest. And then he lists a bunch of stats that show that no one was ever close to Rivera without the first 5 years of his career.
Yeah, Rivera was far and away the only pick I had.
He says at the end, so enter Sandman and drive home safely.
All right, here's my 5 pitchers.
All right.
I had Clemens originally, but you told me he did not make the list. That was the only one I knew did not make the list. But
Correct.
I would probably fight him on
So
that.
for the audience listening, there are 20 players, he says, that were up for consideration for the 5-man rotation.
All right. Kershaw.
He is one of Sark's 5. Final 5.
Pedro Martinez.
Pedro Martinez under consideration, but not make the final 5.
Very disappointed. Roy Halladay.
Halladay was one of the final 5.
I would take Pedro over Halladay.
He takes Halladay over Pedro.
Yeah. Verlander.
Verlander is one of the 5. Final 5.
So I had Clemens. I scratched him, and I put in Johan Santana.
Santana was one of the 20, but not one of the final 5.
All right. So Pedro did not make the list. I mean,
he did not make the final 5.
Pedro did not make the final 5, and neither did Johan Santana.
Correct.
So that means there's 2 guys that he picked that I did not pick. Is Max Scherzer one of them?
Yes, he is. He's one of his final 5.
Yeah, I don't like that.
He actually says at one point in the article, he says, I understand that this rotation is very data-driven. He says, and I understand that for some people, they're going to give me stats and accomplishments. But he says, but I have to go by the fact that I am going by trying to be as fair as possible by being data-driven.
Okay. So Randy Johnson's a tough one because I gave you Clemens, and he said not 2000, he would be 90s. But in the 2000s, Randy Johnson won 3 Cy Youngs consecutively and was the runner-up once.
Randy Johnson, he says, I get the memo that this is the 2000s, and they're merely the back end of the unit's career. 5 of the 10 seasons he pitched in the Y2K era were nothing special, but the other 5 were absolutely Hall of Fame worthy by themselves.
So he made it.
He was one of the 5.
I can't put Clemens. You can't put Randy Johnson in there and not Roger Clemens.
I told you weren't going to like this. For those who don't
Clemens
know,
won 2 Cy Youngs in the 2000s with 2 different teams, by the way.
he did. Yankees and Astros.
Yeah, I mean, I can't justify putting Randy Johnson in there and then leaving Clemens off. If you were going to tell me one over the other, but don't tell me the reason you didn't include Clemens is because of why he was a previous era. And yeah, I don't like that one.
Well, remember, this is quarter century. So he said Clemens is
Yeah, I know.
the ace of the last quarter century.
I get that, but he could be the ace of both quarter centuries.
He could.
I mean, he pitched 7 years in the 2000s, and he won 2 Cy Youngs.
By the way, that was a poorly played ball by Brandon Marsh. You cannot double time you're running in to get the ball and then pull up last minute because you misran the ball. I mean, look at this. He's full speed. I'm gonna get it. And then just snap. It's just
not
like,
a great approach.
That's a horrible approach.
Yeah, I do not like the Randy Johnson pick if you're not also including Clemens.
So I'm with you that Pedro should have been one of the 5. I would have removed Randy and put Pedro in instead of Randy.
Pedro Martinez, by the way,
Pedro Martinez, for the record, is one of my favorite pitchers I ever watched. When he was in his prime, he was like a demigod.
yes, he from 2000 to 99, he won a Cy Young. Now, he did win 2 Cy Youngs in the 90s.
He did.
Now, he won a Cy Young in 2000, but post-2000, in the year 2000, he had a 174 ERA, a 239, a 226, a 222. This was like during an era where runs were coming, they were handing it out like candy.
Right.
Now, that stretch right there is enough to possibly say you belonged on there, because if you're putting out, Randy Johnson won 3 Cy Youngs, but they were
all in the 90s, right?
No, they were in consecutively in 2000, 2001, 2000,
okay.
or 2001, 2002, 2003 in the National League. His contemporary in the American League was Pedro at that time,
right?
And Pedro won 1 Cy Young award. So Pedro not being on the list is a little bewildering.
So the guy he says that he was strongly considering for his final 5, who you have not yet mentioned, Mike, is Zach Greinke.
Yeah, Greinke wouldn't have crossed my mind.
So Greinke has one of the highest WAR of any starter since 2000. He says if you go through his stats, he actually has some of the best stats compared to the other pitchers, but he didn't do it long enough.
Yeah, Greinke would not have crossed my mind. Maybe Kurt Schilling.
Kurt Schilling, he said, was one of his 20.
Okay.
Also on his final 20 was Felix Hernandez.
Okay.
Adam Wainwright.
Chris Carpenter.
Not Carpenter, but another Chris.
Another Chris. I don't know.
Chris Sale.
Okay.
He also has on here Mike Mussina was one of his final 20.
Yeah, I workshopped him. Didn't make my list.
Cole Hamels.
Definitely not.
CC Sabathia.
Okay. Cole Hamels has no business being on this list, by
I'm
the way.
just telling you what he said.
Roy Oswalt?
Not Roy Oswalt. But he does have on Mark Burley.
Jeez.
So it seems like
Lincecum?
Lincecum, he said he didn't do it long enough.
Okay.
He says part of the problem with some of the pitchers, he said, in the 21st century is he's trying to credit guys for longevity.
All right. Yeah, I don't love the pitching list there.
So what was your 5 again?
Kershaw, Pedro, Halladay, Johan Santana, and Verlander.
I got to be honest. I think your rotation might beat his. Like if we had like a World Series matchup.
Yeah. Let me just refresh people on Johan Santana here for a second, right? All right, Johan Santana pitched
Cy Young Award winner.
12 years, all in the 2000s, 2-time Cy Young Award winner. And in those Cy Young seasons, a 2.61 ERA, 2.77 ERA, 2.53 ERA. The guy never walked anybody. He had a 0.9 whip for 3 consecutive seasons when he led the league in whip 4 straight years, by the way. He was 20-6, 16-7, 19-6. You can say, who the hell cares? Wins and losses. This is back in a time where guys actually knew how to pitch and actually entered the 7th inning of games. He was throwing 230 innings a season during that stretch.
Also,
and led the league in strikeouts for 3 consecutive years. Johan Santana belongs on that list.
Also, one more thing about Santana.
And wait, one more thing about Santana was he went to the Mets and stunk.
Yes, so did Pedro.
He didn't really stink, but
so did Pedro and Glavine.
He was a lesser pitcher with the Mets that he
Every
was.
pitcher the Mets got that during that run. It was like they got Pedro, they got Glavine, they got Santana, and they all dropped off.
Yeah.
No, I was thinking about Santana. Amazing pickoff. The dude would pick off guys, and guys would be so mad because his slide step was so elite.
All right. When we come back, a Phillies 2022 hero is hanging him up. I'll tell you who it is coming up next on the Sports Bash Live. Or if you want to find out now, you can go to our website, 973ESPN.com. That was the call from Michael Kay on ESPN in 2022. Gene Segura down 2-1, bases loaded in the ninth. The Phils trying to come back on the Cardinals. Segura punches one to the right side, pass it drawn in infield, a base hit. Phillies win it. They went on to win that game handily, and then they beat the Cardinals in game 2. Aaron Nola twirled a shutout, and the Phillies would go all the way to the World Series. But today, Gene Segura has hung him up. He has announced his retirement from baseball. Segura played 4 seasons in Phillies. He was a 2-time All-Star, not in Philadelphia, though. You know, the only time Segura ever played in the postseason was with the Phillies in 2022. That was it. And then after that, he moved on. They traded him. He ended up basically bouncing around the league. He ended up in Florida with the Marlins. And then after that, he signed with a couple of different teams, but I don't even know that he ever played. He was with Cleveland and maybe Baltimore or something. But Gene Segura has officially announced his retirement from base. He's 35 years old. So, I mean, you see 35-year-old guys play. It's not like he's a guy who's in his 40s and just kept trying to hold on there. So Segura calls it a career. His time with the Phillies was most remembered. He had that play, I remember, in the Game 3 of the NLCS against the Padres. He made a great play going towards his left and diving stop against the Padres in that NLCS there. By the way, Phils take a 1-0 lead. Hey, what do you know? Nick Castellanos came up small.
Very small.
What happened?
Very small.
Very small, yeah.
Great job by Harper, Turner, Stott, all get on base, and then Castellanos just ruined it.
Well, an RBI double by Bryce Harper makes it 1-0 Phils. They lead the Rockies. We'll keep you up to date. But we're going to go football at 4. Adam Caplan's in on a Thursday for today's football at 4. DeCecco's on tomorrow. But real quick, once again, Gene Segura has officially announced his retirement from baseball. A 2022 Phillies legend for that team that went to the World Series. When we come back, football at 4 with Adam Caplan here on the Sports Bash. Football at 4, powered by the Inside the Birds podcast, brought to you by Bet365. Whatever the sport, whatever the moment, it's never ordinary at Bet365. Adam Caplan's in the house today. We got a bunch to discuss from yesterday's news. The fallout from the tush push. Could it actually stay in play? A lot of people think, hey, they'll eventually push this thing out of the game. Plus, the Eagles are going to be on TV. We'll explain. It's all in today's Football at 4 with Adam Caplan from the Inside the Birds podcast, who joins me right now on the Sports Bash. Adam Caplan, what's up, buddy?
Mike, yeah, absolutely, yeah. So the main subject of today's Inside the Birds with Jeff Mosher and I was, could it actually stay past the 25 season, meaning it could be in for the 26 season? I still have my doubts based on everyone I spoke to around the league and other teams, coaches, and front office executives. But, man, Mike, I mean, I'm with everyone else. I thought for sure it was going to be up to vote, which it was. It was going to get banned, and it was narrow. The number was 22. You need 75% of the teams to vote it to pass it or block something. And the league did not get 24. They only got 22 votes, which is less than 75%. So, yeah, here's the thing. Is this coach and I were talking yesterday through text. He says, look, the teams know that, and of course the Bills are good at it too, but the Eagles are elite at it. They see teams that have these athletic quarterbacks with great size. Now, Josh Allen has incredible size and is a great athlete. Jalen Hurts is not the tallest guy in the world, 6'1", but we know he could squat over 600 pounds. So you have to be very strong to do it, and you've got to be pretty flexible. But he thinks, this coach said to me, listen, everybody sees how good the Eagles are at this. And they just won the Super Bowl. They've been in the Super Bowl 2 out of the last 3 years. And by the way, it's a big deal for them. As you know how passionate they were with Jason Kelsey in the room yesterday and all the lobbying the Eagles have done, not only this owners' meetings, but they did in the March meeting. So who's to say, as this coach said, that other teams won't do it? They just see the success. You study teams that have been very successful. So, Mike, I'm not ruling out that we maybe see – but basically, look, it's the Eagles and Bills that do it the most, and there's just smattering.
Do you think more teams will now say, you know what, why don't we try it?
Yeah. Look, other teams did it, Mike, but very low percentage comparatively to the Eagles and Bills. But who's to say other teams now don't do it on fourth and less than 2, third and less than 2? What if teams now don't go for the sneak or throw the football? Who's to say they won't do the push? As I was saying to Jeff, I never thought of this, so I'm going to see it. When I go on my training camp tour, it's actually something I'll be looking for, which I've never done before. I've never even thought of looking for that with other teams.
The Eagles seemed to, like, the social media team was having a blast with this yesterday. It's almost
great.
like the Eagles wanted to really rub it into everybody's noses that they, didn't, that the other teams had proposed this. But I guess the question is, the Packers proposed it. Do we think, though, as reported, that they were forced into proposing it? Because they're the ones that are looking very petty about this.
Yeah, I don't think that, as I was saying to Jeff this morning, I don't think they needed any encouragement from the NFL. They've been against it. Mike, you know how successful since Nick Sirianni became the head coach, how well they've played, including last year's 2 victories, and they play again this year, I think in Week 10, against the Packers. The Eagles have kind of owned them in recent years. So I'm not saying the NFL didn't look for a team that they knew based on meetings, based on competition committee, that they knew that the Packers were against it. So I just find it funny, though. The biggest hypocrisy is Sean McDermott, whose team uses it, very good at it, but they want it out. And his first response, Mike, was it was a safety issue, which was complete nonsense because the NFL already said, Troy Vincent among them, that it's not an unsafe play. There's no statistical data to say or show that it's not a safe play. And Josh Allen, by the way, is phenomenal at it. He's great. He's an amazing athlete. I just found that funny. But, this is obviously going to be a big story going forward and how many teams use it going forward.
All right. The other big news that we heard yesterday, not big news, but fun news, I guess, if you want to look at it in that vein, is the Eagles are going to be on Hard Knocks. Not them singularly. It will be one of the division things where they look at the entire NFC East. What do we expect here? I am really intrigued by the NFC East being on here.
All right, so, Mike, this is interesting. Now, this is the second year in a row that NFL Films, which produces Hard Knocks, will do a Hard Knocks in season with not just one team, but 4 teams. Last year, they did the first ever divisional Hard Knocks in season with the AFC North. And what will happen here is the same thing. They'll start running on HBO in December, but they'll be taping all 4 teams from September through November. And it is intriguing now that you saw what happened with the Giants offseason. They were the only team they featured in their offseason filming, and that was I'm sure everybody knows when Joe Shane was taped. I mean, he had to okay it. He's the GM still of the Giants, where he admitted in their meeting, their personnel meeting, and he said basically our money could be spent better elsewhere, protect our quarterback. And obviously, you see the memes and people using it against Joe. I mean, I don't know Joe Shane, but I would say this: I thought what the great thing, Mike, about that was it let the fans see what goes on behind the scenes. That's the whole thing about Hard Knocks. Now, got kind of homogenized the last 10 to 15 years, but I remember the first one ever, which is the Ravens, and showing Brian Billick and members of the front office and coach staff releasing players. And that's in the training camp one, but this one in season will be to move the 4 here with the 4 teams. You have some practice footage, not showing anything that any team could learn something from. Team meetings. By the way, when Belichick agreed, I think the 2009 season, they followed Belichick from training camp through the entire season with the Patriots. He gave him some incredible stuff, like the team meetings. Mike, you're going to see stuff like that. Now, I remember Paul Gunther, the former Raiders GM, Raiders defense coordinator, telling me coaches, by and large, don't like it. However, he said after 1 week in training camp, he didn't even, I think it was 2019, maybe 2018 and 2019, he was with the Raiders. Paul said they didn't even notice it. The coaches they acted like they were just, the NFL Films guys who were filming were just part of everything, part of the team. They didn't really notice it after a week. But yeah, overall, coaches don't like going in. They don't want it. They think it's a distraction when it really isn't. And you have final say. The clubs have final say what actually gets on the air.
Wow. And that's what makes that whole Giant thing even crazier, is that they got final say to say that can go on the air, and then they said you can air that. I mean, what are you doing? If you have final say over that and still allowed it to air. I'm very intrigued, because the Eagles are a team that has never been on anything like that. Now, they did do the Amazon one a couple of years ago in 2019. There was one. I think it was called All or Nothing. And it didn't have nearly the same fanfare as the Hard Knocks series does. But how this will shed light on Sirianni, will it be positive? Now, as we talk about Sirianni with his extension here, will he be shed in a positive light or a negative light? Or he is somebody I'm very intrigued to see.
Yeah, Mike, I'm fascinated to see what happens here. That's probably the part of it, Mike, when we look at what will be revealed and what will get on the air and what won't get on the air. Because I didn't see the one. I'm an avid watcher of Hard Knocks, the one in training camp. I didn't see the in-season one last year with the AFC North. I know the Cardinals did the in-season one. I don't remember anything coming out of that. See, in-season it's different, Mike. Because jobs are not being won and lost like they are at training camp.
Well, the in-season one, Adam, last year, I didn't watch the whole thing, but one that I did see was when the Steelers were playing the Browns and they were playing against each other. And they showed you the preparation of both teams. And Tomlin came off really good, I thought, in the show. But they showed you both teams kind of preparing for each other. But I didn't watch the whole series. Josh was saying that they basically take footage from the whole season, and then it starts airing in December. So who knows where they're going to start getting footage from and how that's all going to start. But some of it is, hey, there's a division game. Here's how they kind of got ready for each other. But I thought, one of the big things was that Tomlin came off very good. So they really highlighted the head coaches, the speeches, them preparing for the week. Yes.
Exactly.
Yes.
Right. Because, again, Mike, it's in season, as I was saying to start this. It's September through November. All you really have is you do have personnel meetings, right? The personnel group, right? Every NFL team meets. They discuss what they have on the roster, what's out there. You never know. They could actually show, which would be cool. They could, this is not a big deal. They could actually show a street free agent workout. When teams sign players after they work out, and they could show that. I think that would be pretty cool. Which they're not giving away any state secrets there. It really doesn't matter. I think fans would like to see that. You have the team meetings. I was talking about the one they did with Belichick in 2009. See what comes out of that. But they're not going to. Basically, it's when NFL Films is doing this, they're doing it with respect to the club. They're not. Nothing's going to get on there that's going to embarrass the club. Now, again, the one with Joe Shane, I didn't see it. Of course, it blew up on him because Barkley had the best season in NFL history at running back through the Super Bowl. Not that anyone knew that would happen, but he had to know that he would go from the Giants to the Eagles, and obviously what John Mara said, which said would, he had a lot to say about when the rumors were that he might go to the Eagles, and John Mara didn't take it well. That was great drama and great television, but that's part of it, man. That's the inside that you never get to see, and I thought that was great that the folks got to see that.
Yeah, I think that was riveting. And the other thing I said yesterday, Adam, was I'm intrigued to see the amount of hands-on nature of the general managers. How much they are in every day-to-day kind of practices. How much do they sit and talk if they get to that? And with Washington, I'm very intrigued to see how much Josh Harris is around.
Yeah, I mean, Jeffrey's at a lot of practices, by the way, since he's owned the team. I mean, he this is his business, so he's there a lot. I mean, particularly in training camp, you'll see him there all the time. Yeah, that's true. And remember, Josh Harris grew up in the Washington area. That's his team. So in terms of the one who was most popular growing up for him, but as you know, he has other sports properties that he and his group owns, David Blitzer and others.
Yep.
But yeah, it's going to be fun, man. And I joke with Jeff today, how many Big Dom sightings will be on each show?
Oh, that's another. I can't believe I forget that. He's going to be the star of that show, right?
Can you imagine? Think about it, right? Teams are secretive. Name another sports team, professional, that celebrates their director of security. I've never seen this before.
You couldn't even name one. You couldn't even name
another
one, right?
I don't know the guy's name, but I know the Cowboys guy is very popular. I just don't know what his name is. But nothing like this. You've seen the big. By the way, the Big Dom T-shirts, I believe, were sold by the Eagles at least 1 year for charity. It's just you got to love it, man. But only in Philadelphia.
Absolutely. So that's the big news there from yesterday is that the NFC East will be featured on the Hard Knocks. Giants, Washington, Dallas, Philadelphia, and that will start airing the first week of December. And I guess it goes as long as there's a team remaining.
I don't know. Well, I know it's going to start in December. Now, obviously, they're taping before that. I don't because I've only seen the offseason one and the training camp one. I don't know if they're going to go take it to the playoffs, which will obviously be incredibly compelling. I don't know. It's a great question. It's not in the press release I got from HBO. It doesn't say that they're going to continue it during the playoffs, so I don't know.
Yeah, Josh is telling me that's what they did last year. They went until the Ravens got knocked out. So if the Eagles are still in it in the Super Bowl, you'll get it all the way through the Super Bowl. If a team goes further, or that's basically how long it will go.
I'll give you one more thing. Remember, if you saw the one in 2009 with the Patriots, and this is how great Belichick was. He loves NFL Films, by the way. Him and the Patriots are getting blown out in New Orleans, and you see Brady Glum standing right next to him, and Belichick's he's got the mic on him. I just can't figure out why we can't win, and he just started lamenting the issues that they were having, and then of course they show the personnel meeting when they decide who's going to rest, and unfortunately, they rested a lot of their key players. It was against the Texans in Houston. This is when Wes Welker tore his ACL on that turf in Houston,
right? And
they could have benched him. They should have benched him. He should not have played. And I was shocked that they put that on the air. But Bill was kind of he let a lot of stuff get on there. That was very big of him. That was my favorite one that I've ever seen. I got to be honest with you. With all the documentaries they've done, the two Bills is right up there. With Belichick.
That was good.
And obviously in Parcells. But this thing, the 2009 one, you got to. And I think it's either 2 or 3 parter. You can find it on YouTube, by the way.
All right, Adam Caplan, Football at 4. There's the two stories that really made the most news this week. Tush Push is back. Will it be here long term? We'll find out. And obviously, the Hard Knocks, that will start in December here on the Sports Bash. Football at 4, everybody, powered by the Inside the Birds podcast, which you can get on all podcasting platforms. Just search Inside the Birds. Thanks, Adam.
All right, thank you.
All right, Adam's back next week here. Andrew's here tomorrow. We'll get his thoughts on how the Eagles do the tush-push better than everybody else. By the way, bottom 5, Rockies and Phillies, 1-0 Phillies. So who do we think will be the stars of the Hard Knocks? Which Eagles players are you interested in how they are portrayed? Now, I think Nick Sirianni is going to have a big role, and this could make or break him as a figure. People are already like, and I was talking about earlier how this guy's not the most. How is Nick Sirianni not the most popular sports figure in the town? This show could put him over the top or could hurt him. What do you think?
Well, I wrote about my article on 97.3ESPN.com, Mike, that I think this is going to be the moment that people finally see why the players like Nick Sirianni so much. They're going to get a chance to see Sirianni behind the scenes.
Did you watch all of the Hard Knocks in season last year?
Not all of it, but I watched a good chunk of it.
Okay, so I watched a little bit of it. The one that I saw, Tomlin came off very good.
Yes.
And that's the only one that I really saw. So he's the only guy
Are you
that
talking about the episode where they did the lead up to the Eagles game?
I think so.
Or are you talking about the one about the Browns game?
Don't remember.
There's a couple different episodes where they focus on Tomlin. So
I'm saying whatever episode it was, he came off very well.
yeah, they typically don't put the coaches in a horrible light. I would say the coach, at least from my memory, the coach who looked the worst on Hard Knocks was Hugh Jackson with the Browns years ago. Because remember, he had that confrontation with the coaches in the coaches' room in the meeting.
I do remember that one. Yeah. And was it that who was the quarterback of that team?
That was.
They were terrible, obviously.
Yeah, they were terrible. Was that Tyrod Taylor? Let me look it up. I know the quarterback was not good.
So I'm trying to remember the conversation that had the coaches all in the room together. Wasn't it about they had all different quarterbacks?
Well, they had a major disagreement about how running the offense. Because remember, him and Todd Haley started going back and forth. The other coach got real quiet. They're like, we are not getting in the middle of these two guys.
I definitely think the way they show Sirianni will be intriguing. I'm quite intrigued by how much interaction or insight and I'm not insinuating there's a frosty relationship at all between Roseman and his day-to-day kind of input on what the team does.
So it was Baker Mayfield's rookie year, and Tyrod Taylor was the backup.
Okay.
Remember, Taylor started that year, and then Baker Mayfield came in later in the season, and that was Todd Haley's first year as OC with Hugh Jackson, who didn't last very long.
So the interaction between how much interaction day to day between Roseman and Sirianni, how much input does he have? That would be something I would be interested to know.
Well, remember, Sirianni claims that he meets with Howie and Laurie every week. So will we get a chance to see him going to those meetings on this Hard Knocks?
I would imagine that, if you're our producer and you're like, this is what I want to know about the Eagles, let's go with this angle, you would probably say Sirianni is a character.
Yes.
Let's try to figure out what makes him a character. Let's go down that road. Roseman gets a lot of praise. He's a very popular figure. Let's try to see what he is. Big Dom will definitely be a big part of this. Hey, this Big Dom character, let's follow him around. Let's drive.
Big Dom might have an episode just to himself.
Yeah, there's always
Big Dom,
a guy that they kind of to go to his house, meet his family. I would imagine a Big Dom drive from home to work might be something that is featured on that. If there was a player, is it A.J. Brown?
Cooper DeJean. He's fun. He's young. He's hip. He's got a podcast now.
I don't poo-poo that one at all. I think he could be in the running. I would think the offensive line room might be Jordan Mailata.
Oh, that'd be interesting.
Yeah. Now, I'm talking about just the Eagles. You go to other teams here, and you put Dallas in the mix. You get cameras in front of George Pickens and CeeDee Lamb
Yep.
and that room.
I also want to see Brian Schottenheimer.
I have no interest in Brian. You keep bringing up Schott. I could care less about him. To me, he is such an insignificant piece of that team.
But see, the coaches are always highlighted in these Hard Knocks.
Yeah, he just seems like he has no personality.
He has no personality, and that's why it's a story. Is this guy who's never been a head coach his entire life going to be able to make it in Dallas?
See, I think that he is fine. I don't think he puts them over the top or anything. He's got football in his. I mean, his dad was a head coach. He's probably been standing on the sideline since he was 2. So I don't. He's by the way.
I
He's,
think a lot of guys' dads are head coaches. I mean,
but that's what I'm saying. I
good.
don't think that he. It's like I don't think he's. I mean, he's been an offensive coordinator in this league forever. Yeah. So he's been on NFL sidelines.
But there's got to be a reason why he's never got a head coaching job.
Maybe just wrong situation. How old is he? He's not an old guy. It's not like he's like in his 70s and you're like, how come they just hired this guy? He's still a young guy here. I find it to be an odd hire. I don't think it was like this, whoa, what a great hire by them. But I'm not as like, it's
He turns 52 this year.
Okay, so yeah, he's a younger guy. He's been a play caller in multiple spots.
Yeah, well, the most famous one is with the Jets when Rex Ryan was there. That was like his kind of like big
Seattle.
break. Seattle later on, yes.
Yeah, I mean, so he's been a play caller. His dad was, by the way, a great head coach.
Yes,
You know,
Marty
it's not
Schottenheimer,
like-
legend.
So you talk about a lot of these guys, you talk about it throughout sports. Michael Malone, his dad was a coach. Brendan Malone. You talk about Wade Phillips, his dad was a coach. Many of these guys generally know what they're doing. I mean, if you get the opportunity, it's just getting the opportunity. Now, it's because Dallas is such a high-profile spot, and he doesn't seem like a high-profile guy. He's bounced around as coordinator, but I don't really look at him as like, what an idiot they were hiring this guy.
Well, I got another storyline for you with the Cowboys. How much in this Hard Knocks are they going to put parallels by taking footage from Micah Parsons' podcast with what's going on in the season?
That would be interesting. Like if they're struggling and he's talking about it, or if they're winning and he's talking about it, and that could be something that that is put into the mix there. Yep, 100%. Trying to think of Washington.
Jaden Daniels.
Jaden Daniels.
Year 2.
How much access though do they want to give you to the quarterback?
Quarterbacks are stars, man.
I understand that. I'm saying how much access does Washington or any team want to give you? Because we didn't mention Jalen Hurts, we didn't mention Dak Prescott. Are they not stars?
Well, I think Jalen Hurts is Jalen Hurts is going to find a way to avoid the cameras as much as possible.
Yeah, that's why I think Jaden Daniels feels like that kind of guy as well. That he's a little.
He's a young star.
I don't really need the limelight. Jaden Daniels feels like.
Well, like if you have last season for Hard Knocks, they had one episode just about Jameis. It was almost all
Jameis doesn't shut up.
And then
many people have said like he could do the show by himself.
And then there's another.
Jaden Daniels. I don't know that I can't distinctly recall him. I mean, yes, he talks after games. He's generally the guy but very quiet, kind of mellow. Very.
He's not gregarious.
Yeah,
like
I don't
Jameis.
find him to be the guy who's going to be yearning to be on this show.
I don't think he's yearning, but I think they are going to spend a lot of time talking.
Well,
about
I mean, on that team, yes, he's the biggest, highest profile guy. The other teams, the quarterbacks are high profile, but there are other higher profile. The Commanders. There's not really like their defense doesn't have like this standout player like Dallas has Micah Parsons, so
Right.
you can kind of say, hey, you have that guy you can go after.
I mean, do you focus a little bit on Deebo Samuel? Maybe be like, hey, Deebo Samuel, first year with the new team. Do you do maybe a little of that?
Possible. I mean, he's a little bit more outgoing and talkative than I perceive Jaden Daniels to be.
Deebo Samuel's on like Kay Adams' show like almost every month.
That's true too. And then the Giants. I mean, got all those quarterbacks. If that Jameis is there again, he might not be there by the time December rolls around.
Who lasts longer in New York next year, Dable or Winston?
And they got a rookie quarterback, so he might not have much of a choice, much say. You think Jackson Dart will be starting by December?
See, I don't know because I feel like I don't know if he's ready.
All right, we got Nuggets on the way. See what kind of Nuggets we got on this Thursday edition. Nicky Nuggets is on vacation, but we've been plopping Nuggets down for you all week long here And that's coming up next on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. All right, 431 Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. Phil's 1, Rockies nothing. Bottom 6. Phil's offense not doing much today. Got a run on a double by Harper a couple innings ago, and that's all they've been able to get against the Rockies today. Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. I'm Mike Gill. Coming up, we got so much to dive into with this Phillies team after the ball game tonight. If they win this game, by the way, if the Phillies win this game, Mets tonight, or excuse me, the Mets won last night, I should say. They were a game and a half up. So if the Phils are able to get this win against the Rockies today, it's amazing. They would have won 6 in a row now all of a sudden. 7 straight with a win today. And they'll head to Oakland, or Sacramento, I should say, to take on the Athletics. And that will give them an opportunity to have a West Coast trip. If they can win today, it will give them an opportunity to have a winning West Coast trip, is what I meant to say. Because if they win today, that would be a sweep 4, and they got 3 out in Sacramento. So they would already have a winning West Coast trip if they're able to get that today. Got a chance to catch up with Todd Zalecki from MLB.com, the Philly Show podcast. We talked about a lot of topics, the pitching, all of the questions that are going to be coming up for this Phillies team if they want to make a deep October run. And he joined me on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. Switch, flipped it on, and they're playing the best baseball maybe of the season for them, and they have the most wins in the National League. Who would have saw this coming, right?
Yeah, exactly. It's funny. About 2 weeks into the season, everybody said it was over.
Isn't it's funny how that happens? You play one bad series. Since that Mets series, they have really taken off, and the Mets have not played well.
Exactly right. It's a 162-game season for a reason. And, you just sometimes I think in Philly, everybody kind of has a football mentality about the baseball season, and you forget that there are ebbs and flows, there are ups and downs. The Phillies are probably going to have a few more really bad stretches over the course of the season, but they have been playing, like you said, Mike, really, really, really well since they got swept in New York in late April.
Well, Todd, you mentioned a bad stretch could be coming, and it could happen soon or it could happen whenever, but that bad stretch could be tied to a bullpen, which is starting to come around, and then the blow they got on Sunday. A couple days later now, I think there was some reporting that they kicked the tires on David Robertson even before Alvarado. Where do you see this bullpen now? Is it an urgent thing, or are they still going to kind of wait and see and say, let's not get crazy about this?
Yeah, I think they're going to wait and see. I mean, right now, if you would make a trade for a high-leverage reliever, first of all, there aren't that many really good high-leverage relievers available because there's probably only 6, 7, 8 teams that have no chance to make the postseason. And, like the Rockies, the Pirates, so there's the price for a good high leverage reliever right now on May 21st would be insanely high. And so I think what the Phillies are going to try to do is they're going to try to move forward with what they have in the short term and see how everybody does. What you don't want to do is panic, trade, Justin Crawford and Eduardo Taillé, 2 of their top 100 prospects, for a high leverage reliever. And then all of a sudden, boom, an infielder goes down or an outfielder goes down or a catcher goes down, and you're going, oh my gosh, we should have waited a little bit. So I think they're going to move forward with what they have. I think they are looking for relief help. I think that was always the plan. Every contending team always seems to find bullpen help before the trade deadline. I would expect them to do the same thing, but not at this moment.
I kind of agree. I don't think they have to panic and do anything, but is what they have good enough? When you look at this bullpen right now, it might be good enough to get them through a month, but how long can they push forward with what they currently have?
Yeah, for sure. And that's why the Phillies, Mark Feinsand from MLB.com, he reported that story on Monday night. You mentioned earlier that the Phillies had reached out to David Robertson. That was before the Alvarado suspension. So even in the Phillies' minds, they're going, okay, we probably need to upgrade here. Because if you think about it, even with Alvarado, before the suspension, you had Alvarado, You had Jordan Romano, who's been really good lately, but he really struggled early. You have a Ryan Kirkring, who's been a little bit better recently, but he's been inconsistent. And you have Matt Strom, who was an all-star last year. He started out the season a little slowly after having an abbreviated spring training. Then after that, you've got Jose Ruiz. You have Carlos Hernandez, who has trouble throwing strikes from appearance to appearance. You have Tanner Banks, who is the second lefty in the pen, but not really a high-leverage guy right now. And you have Taijuan Walker. So is it good enough for right now? I think it's good enough for right now, but yeah, I think they know that they're going to need to do something at some point. They have some internal options that they might explore. Some guys in AAA, they converted a prospect, one of their top pitching prospects, Seth Johnson. They moved him to the bullpen recently. Then you look way down the road, and maybe in the postseason you can move somebody like Ranger Suarez into the bullpen, or even Christopher Sanchez into the bullpen, or maybe McAble can move to the bullpen at some point later this season. There's different things that they can explore right now. But I definitely think at some point they're going to have to go outside.
All right, Todd Zlecki, MLB.com, host of the Phillies Show podcast. You just said, McAble. He obviously pitched Sunday. You got a chance to see him. I think he exceeded everyone's expectations. Maybe not theirs. I mean, this guy was a first-round pick. I mean, I'm sure they wanted to see him pitch this well, but how did that start do anything for him? Did it change his outlook, future, season, trade value?
Well, yeah, I think you could look at it two ways. You could look at it like, man, if it's July 25th and the Phillies are desperate for a reliever, or again, like I said, maybe there's an injury that happens to a really key player. Now you have a guy in McAble who's pitching really well in AAA. He came up and he pitched amazingly well on Sunday against the Pirates. Now maybe he could help you get somebody of significance before the trade deadline. Or maybe you could look at it like, man, maybe this guy could help us this season. And I mentioned him moving to the bullpen only because you never know what could happen. We've seen starting pitchers, young pitchers go into the bullpen for a short stretch. So maybe they go, you know what? We don't want to trade this guy, because, man, now we're really thinking he could be really good for us. But maybe he could help us in the bullpen, the final month or two of the season, if he doesn't fit into the rotation plans. So at least he's opened up a couple doors for the Phillies. He could help you get some outside help, or maybe he could help you internally. I mean, the Phillies have been pretty lucky in terms of their starting pitching health. Aaron Nola's on the injured list right now with an ankle injury. But hey, if another guy goes down or two more guys go down, and that could definitely happen. You get a line drive off the shin, or somebody has a sore shoulder. You could use a guy like McAble in the rotation.
You also have Andrew Painter, so there's like a line here of waiting. Hey, me next, then you. But you also have five guys already there, plus Walker, who will pitch tonight, by the way. He's in the Nola spot. And doing some research yesterday, I came across a story that you wrote at MLB.com back in April, where Dave Dombrowski basically said Painter is not a bullpen option. For the people who think that, hey, why not just throw him in the bullpen? He would not fit that. But do you think that he definitively fits into the rotation, meaning that someone is going?
Well, this is interesting. So, yeah, I would be absolutely floored if at some point during the regular season, Andrew Painter pitches in the bullpen because of what Dave Dombrowski said. He's a young guy. Dave Dombrowski thinks he could be the next Justin Verlander. Dave had Justin Verlander in Detroit when he was coming up. Andrew Painter's coming off Tommy John surgery. It's just something you don't want to mess with a guy like that. Now, maybe in the postseason things are different. Is he definitely going to come up into the rotation? I believe so. I think there are stretches at some point this season where they could use a six-man rotation. You have Aaron Nola, who's pitched more innings than anybody in baseball over the last 5, 6, 7 years. You have Zach Wheeler, who's like third on that list over the last 5, 6, 7 years. You have Jesus Luzardo, who has been outstanding, but he's coming off an injury filled 2024. So you kind of want to watch his innings. You have Ranger Suarez, who struggled in the second half of last season. The Phillies kind of felt that he wore down, so they want to watch his innings. And so you have some guys in the rotation that could maybe benefit from a little bit extra rest late in the season. And so that's where I think a 6-man rotation could come into play. And that's where I think Andrew Painter could potentially fit in. He could come in, give these guys an extra day here and there. And
some of which don't like that, though, right?
Right. Zach Wheeler is definitely a guy that likes to pitch on regular rest. But I think he also they can maybe massage a little bit where he pitches on more regular rest than others. But I also think that Zach Wheeler understands that, hey, listen, we're trying to win a World Series. So if I have to suck it up and maybe pitch on an extra day of rest every once in a while to help out the other guys stay a little bit fresh in the postseason, he might be willing to do that. I would suspect he would be willing to do that.
I know it's early, but everybody's thinking about the big picture here, and we're talking pitching. Todd Zalecki, MLB.com, covers the Phillies. He's the host of the Phillies Show podcast, which is really insightful with Todd Zalecki, Jim Salisbury, Ruben Amaro Jr. You got Wheeler. It appears. Do you think Luzardo is more of like Ranger Suarez, where he has a great first half? Are they worried about him fading out, or is he a legitimate top of the rotation year-long ace for you? Let's start with that.
I think he's a legitimate long-term ace for this team. You know, he has shown a few years ago in Miami, I think he made over 30 starts. He was like 180 innings. He started against the Phillies in game 1 of the 2023 NL Wildcard Series. And so I think they look at him as somebody who can take the ball every 5-6 days, whereas Ranger has, and listen, Luzardo had a back injury last year, right? So I'm not saying he's necessarily injury free, but Ranger seems to get dinged up every year with something. That's why he's just got back to the rotation recently, because he had another back injury. He's had arm issues over the past. I think they believe that Luzardo can be a little bit more of a workhorse type for him. But again, like I mentioned earlier, because he missed so much time last season, I think they would like to protect him as much as they possibly can. That doesn't mean pulling him out of the rotation or anything like that. But I think, again, that means giving him a few more days here and there. But he has been absolutely outstanding. And it's funny, you mentioned like Ruben Amaro and Salisbury. Like we were talking all offseason about and spring training about this guy is really good. And the players in that clubhouse, Mike, when I was in spring training in Clearwater, a lot of people mentioned, you guys are running it back and, you guys didn't do anything this offseason. They're like, do you know how good Jesus Luzardo is?
Right.
All the hitters on that team, all the pitchers in that team, they're like, do you guys realize how good this guy is when he's healthy? And then he adds a sweeper, and that's been a godsend for him. And you talk about the best pitchers in baseball this year. Zach Wheeler is one of the top 5, I would say, and Jesus Luzardo has been one of the top 5.
Yeah, and I don't know that the Phillies even thought they were getting this level of pitcher. Like, hey, it seemed like, hey, he's a good middle of the rotation. He has been every bit an ace with Zach Wheeler, those two guys. So I think if we're having this conversation on May 21st, Wheeler and Luzardo, they're your top 2 guys. Sanchez appears to be settling in at number 3. Do you see a scenario where Aaron Nola does not get a postseason start?
Boy, sure. I think it depends on how everybody's doing, of course. I mean, that's obvious. But, yeah, I think, well, in a 7-game series, you're probably going to need 4 starters, right? So if Aaron Nola is throwing the ball competently, and if he comes back and his ERA is in the 5s and the 6s and he continues to struggle throughout the season, yeah, then I think probably not. I think, the Phillies have shown in the past they're not afraid to pull a guy out of the rotation. Hey, Taijuan Walker was really good for them in 2023. I think he won like 16 games. He had an ERA in the mid-4s. He didn't sniff an inning in the postseason in 2023. So I think that's certainly possible. But they seem to think that once he gets past this ankle injury, that affected him in his last 2 starts. He's started to show signs of a turnaround before that, but we'll see. Long way to go. They would love to have Aaron Nola turn around. Obviously, he's got 5 years left on that deal. But I think right now, yeah, if you had to put money on it, you'd say Wheeler, Luzardo, Sanchez are your top 3 starters. And who knows? Maybe Andrew Painter comes on.
Well, he would be the follow-up guy. I mean, he comes up here, and just for instance, he has an impact similar to what Skeens did for Pittsburgh last year, and he throws, he's 9-1 with an ERA in the low 2s. Well, how do you say you're not getting a start in the playoffs if that's what he does? And then would Nola be a candidate to even pitch out of the bullpen? You mentioned Walker. He didn't get a sniff. He didn't even he didn't get an inning in those playoffs.
Right.
Would they just not even roster Nola? Do they look at him as a bullpen candidate? I think that's another interesting thing coming down the pipeline here.
Yeah, this will all be fascinating to see how this unfolds over the next few months. How does Painter fit? And I mean, listen, Dave Dombrowski has said this as well. He's like, he has to earn his promotion. I mean, so far he's pitched pretty well, but he has to earn his promotion, and there also has to be a need. I mean, obviously, you got an injury right now to Nola. Like I mentioned earlier, they want to kind of protect some of these guys, maybe spread out the starts with some of their starting pitchers. So maybe they do that. But I don't know. It's a long way to go. I personally think that Aaron Nola can get it figured out. He's never been a high velo guy. He's a really good pitcher. He had 2 really good starts against the Diamondbacks and Cubs. They were 2 of the top 5 offenses in baseball at the time that he faced them, and he gave up 1 earned run in 13 innings. Now, the first 5 were not good. The last one was the worst start of his career, so I understand all that. I'm just saying I do think there's some time for him to figure it out, and I would like to see what he can do. If the ankle really did bother him, if he really did start to maybe change his mechanics, he mentioned his back started bothering him in that last start. I'd like to see what he can do healthy and see if he can get back on track. Because if he can get back on track, that is huge.
And just presents another logjam and another potential decision that the Phillies have to make. Let's quickly look at a couple of the other decisions that they might be pondering. Todd Zalecki, MLB.com. Are they happy, maybe not, comfortable with center field right now? Are they okay, or is that something they're monitoring?
I think they're monitoring it. I think if Justin Crawford continues to play well or continues to picks things up, shows that he can stick in AAA and hit AAA pitching, and if there are some struggles at the big league level, if Marsh slides back downward or whatever, there's an injury, I think you can see Justin Crawford come up at some point. I really do believe that. Dave Dombrowski in spring training allowed for that possibility. He said at the time, we don't have any expectations that he's going to help us this year, but they started him in AAA. And to me, that says, they want to test him. They brought him to AAA, started him in AAA because they wanted to test him and see if he could be promoted at some point if there's a need. So I think that's definitely a possibility. And depending on how things shake out with the bullpen, depending on the health of the roster, I could see them trying to make an upgrade in the outfield as well. I think that's definitely a possibility. This is a team that is trying to win the World Series right now. They would love to re-sign Kyle Schwarber. JT Realmuto is a free agent. I know offensively he hasn't, been tearing it up, but he's tremendous behind the plate still. The pitching staff loves throwing him. So they know that there's a window here, and they want to strike now. So I think if there's an opportunity to upgrade a particular position, I think they're going to try to do that to try to win a World Series.
That JT is going to be a tough one, man. I mean, they don't have a lot of catching in the system. He's getting older. That's going to be an interesting, conversation when the season's over about that deal, don't you think?
Absolutely. And here's why I think it's interesting is because he is so good behind the plate. And I'm not just talking about his arm and his pop time and whatnot. He is so good with these pitchers, and he prepares so well, and he calls such a good game. I had somebody tell me recently that the Phillies are so lucky to have JT Realmuto as a catcher just because of his impact on the pitching staff. So I know when he first came to Philly, he was, he put up these big numbers offensively as a catcher. And, he hasn't necessarily done that this year, but don't sell short the impact that he has on this pitching staff. And like you said, they don't have a lot of depth coming. Eduardo Taid is their top catching prospect, but he's really young and he needs a lot more time to develop in the minor leagues. So very interesting, no doubt.
By the way, Crawford is hitting .405 against lefties right now. For the people, he is left-handed. He is hitting .405 against lefties, .436 on base percentage against lefties. So Crawford, batting lefty, is hitting lefties. Are they okay? Is a Kepler-Wilson left field? Are they okay with that?
I think they're okay with it right now. Yeah, I think Kepler at times has been pretty good. Wilson has crushed left-handed pitching over his career. I think for right now it's good, but again, it's May 21st, so you have 2 months to go plus 10 days before the trade deadline. A lot can happen. They're going to learn a lot about Kepler. They're going to learn a lot about Weston Wilson, just like they're going to learn a lot more about Marsh and Rojas in center field over these next 2+ months. And that will kind of help inform their decisions on what they want to do. Last year they went out and they got Austin Hayes. He had a health issue, and obviously that did not work out. But
he's doing pretty well in Cincinnati right now.
He's doing great in Cincinnati. You really wonder what if that was the version of Austin Hayes that they got. If they would have got him last year, he would have been back this year, and you'd be looking at left field a whole lot differently. I think.
Well, and it's weird because Kepler, is a left-handed hitter. He just seemed to be a weird fit from the start. By the way, for the people listening, Austin Hayes, 319, 6 homers, 364 on base, 582 slug, 496 OPS. I mean, he is having that's a little ballpark out there, but he is mashing right now. The last one I have for you, Todd, as we get ready to get out of here, which is you've been covering the team a long time. To see a leadoff hitter platoon, is that like bizarre, or is that just baseball in 2025?
I think it's probably baseball in 2025. I'm trying to think of the last time I can remember a platoon type of situation.
And that's what it is, right?
Yeah. I mean, it is. Against with the righty on the mound, Bryson Stott's going to lead off, and with a lefty on the mound, Trey Turner's going to lead off. And I'll be honest with you, I like it. I like this setup. I like the flexibility. I've talked with Trey Turner about this. He's like, as long as we know where we're going to hit and it's based off a particular matchup. So he's like, if I know against a lefty I'm leading off, and then there's a righty tomorrow and I'm hitting second, I'm totally cool with that. Bryson Stott, I know a lot of people, including Ruben Amaro Jr. has told me, he's like, he really likes the idea of Bryson. He wants Bryson Stott to get an opportunity to lead off every day, including against left-handed pitching. But there's also this balance, right? Because Bryson Stott has not hit lefties very well this season. Now, how are you going to hit lefties if you don't face them? That's a great argument. Eventually Charlie Manuel turned Chase Utley loose against lefties. He eventually turned Ryan Howard loose against lefties. But they also want to keep Edmundo Sosa going, and he's played very well in his opportunities against left-handed pitching. So you're trying to win that day's game. You're trying to win the division. You're trying to get to the playoffs. So you have this balance that Rob Thompson is trying to strike between developing a guy like Bryson Stott and trying to winning that night's game. And right now, I think it's important to win games. It's working. So as long as it's working, I personally would keep running with it.
All right, we'll see how that pans out for them. Todd Zolecki, the Philly Show podcast. You can check that out on all podcasting platforms. Jim Salisbury and Ruben Amaro Jr., along with Todd Zolecki, who was my guest here on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. Hey, good to see you, man.
Good to see you, Mike.
All right,
thanks a lot.
All right, Todd Zolecki here on the Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. And, of course, we've got Phil's live action today. We're just talking about Max Kepler. Double RBI. Makes it 2-0 Phil's, by the way. Ranger Suarez's day is nice catch by Harper, by the way, right there to end that inning. Ranger Suarez's day is done. He left with a runner on first and third here in the 7th with 2 outs. They brought Kirkering in, 1 pitch, 1 out. So Kirkering comes in, does the job, and that will close the book on Ranger Suarez. 6 2/3 of shutout baseball for Ranger Suarez. Kirkering gets 1 pitch, 1 out. So we'll see if Kirkering comes back out for the 8th inning here. We know the Phillies bullpen, no Alvarado. Do they lean on Kirkering a little bit more? We'll have that next hour on the Sports Bash. Plus, the Tush Push will go behind the scenes next on the Sports Bash. All right, 5 o'clock, driving you home. What's up, everybody? Sports Bash live, 2-0 Phils in the 8th. Looks like it's going to have to be a bullpen closeout here. No Suarez. He's out of the game after 6 2/3. Phil's trying to tack on a couple more. Here in the 8th inning, they are 2 outs. Now, it looks like they might be challenged. I missed what happened there. Looked like a play at first base. But not a lot of offense on a getaway day today. Apparently, the umpire behind the plate hasn't been too good.
That's what's all on social media. But, I just assume everybody stinks at this point.
I want to get into this tush-push stuff. It's amazing how big of a story this became or has become because the tush-push was voted on yesterday. And then there was all this reporting behind the scenes on what happened. How did this play that nobody around the league really wanted? How did it stand the test of time and make it for another season at least? We'll go behind the scenes on that in just a second. By the way, as we get to Memorial Day weekend, baseball is still very, very, very early stages of the season. But there are some interesting stories emerging. One is where the Atlanta Braves were and where they are now. The Braves, remember, started the season 0-7, and it was one of those things where you're like, hey, no team 0-7 has ever made it, all of that stuff. Well, Spencer Strider is back. Now, he has not pitched well since he has been back, and they are going to get Ronald Acuna back here soon. That is a team to kind of keep an eye on in the standings as we kind of flip the calendar. We're going to do some baseball stories tomorrow to kind of keep an eye on, but I was looking at this today. The Braves are 6.5 back, so they're not by any means, but they are at 500 now. They have got themselves back to 500. They were once 0-7 to start the season. I think they were 1-10 at one point. They are now 24-24. I thought that was an interesting thing to kind of highlight as we get ready for Memorial Day weekend here on the Sports Bash Live 97.3 ESPN. By the way, Phil's 2-0. They head to the bottom half of the 8th inning now. Phil's did not score, it looks like, in that inning. And a couple RBIs today, one for Harper, one for Kepler. They are your 2 runs there. All right, hit me with your best stuff here, Josh. What do we now know about the reporting behind the tush-push vote at the owners' meeting?
So basically, there's been a bunch of reporting going out there about what happened yesterday. And I want to have us give the audience, we gathered, the reporting from Adam Schefter, from Diana Rossini, from Jeremy Fowler, and kind of going to bring it all to everybody here on the Sports Bash. So I wanted to start out with Diana Rossini explaining Jeffrey Lurie's argument to the owners for why they shouldn't ban the tush push. And I don't mean to laugh at the Eagles owner, but I feel like the explanation, this part of the explanation, is a little funny that he took it to this extreme. Here is Diana Rossini explaining on the Scoop City podcast.
It was Jeffrey Lurie who stepped up to the podium, we'll call it the microphone first, to lay out a case of why the tush push needs to stay. And he called it the safest play in the history of the game. Whoever votes to ban this play is taking liability for putting risk on our quarterbacks.
Well, his reasoning would have some statistical background because apparently no one's ever been injured on the play.
No one, offense or defense.
Do we know that for certain? By the way, Kirk Green is out of the game. They went to Strom here. Do we know that no one has ever been hurt?
Well, Rich McKay from the competition committee, they said they went and reviewed all of the tush-push plays, and they have not found any injuries.
I'm not suggesting that there was, but like somebody like, oh, man, a guy rolled up on my ankle or
Apparently
something.
not.
Nothing. Okay, well, then he has statistical background. Now, he's a little hyperbolizing at the end there. Like, what did he say? I mean, that you're... putting the quarterback
you're putting quarterbacks at risk if you take this play out of the game.
That's a little far-fetched.
But as Adam Schefter explained on the Adam Schefter podcast, there is a unique element to how this play is executed for why people don't get injured.
From an offensive perspective, and this is how it was explained to me, it's not a linear player crashing headfirst into an opponent. The objective is to play with leverage get below your opponent, and then rise up to create the wave that the ball carrier can ride. And so the league, I think, the people that voted against this play, that wanted it banned, they believe they're taking a proactive stance towards health and safety. But there just weren't enough teams to get it done.
Well, the health and safety thing is really hard to say to people, hey, there was a health and safety problem with this play, yet we have 0% injuries.
Right.
That was a hard sell for me. Like if you said, hey, look, these guys just keep getting hurt every other time you're running this play. Someone's leaving the field, someone's getting up at the bottom of that pile, and it's a big problem. Just wasn't the case. They didn't have the backing of that. I said from the start, I think they were presenting it the wrong way of this is a health and safety problem. It was never a health and safety problem.
Yeah, which is interesting because Adam Schefter goes on to explain that Eagles officials told him that they went into this process believing the other teams just didn't understand how the play works, Mike. This is from the Adam Schefter podcast.
And the way it was told to me was from one Eagles official that they think that what's happening on this play is misunderstood. And in that room with Jeffrey Lurie, with Jason Kelsey, they were able to clarify how the play is coached and how it's taught. They made a compelling case on safety and taking away the downfield push that turned people off.
I would say this, okay, it passed. They didn't make that compelling of a case. There's only 9 teams that voted for it. So there is a large majority, not a large enough majority, but most people were not buying whatever they were selling in there. That's the one thing to keep in mind. They needed 8 votes. They got 9. That's what you need to get. They didn't sell the whole league on this. The league wants it gone. They happened to get a handful of teams, 8 of them, 9 of them, they were the 10th, to come to their side. Now, you go back and look at the teams. I'm trying to remember which teams voted for. Baltimore was one.
Baltimore supported the Eagles.
Right.
You had the Jets.
So Baltimore, you have Harbaugh, who came from the Philadelphia Eagles organization.
Remember, part of the reporting yesterday was there were some owners who did not listen to their coaches. Like, for example, Todd Bowles said he supported the play, but the Bucs owner did not vote with his coach.
I was going to say, so Todd Bowles also an Eagles, former Eagles coach, but he didn't have enough say.
So let's focus it. The focus needs to be more on who these owners are. Okay, so
24. What was it?
What was that?
How many voted against it?
22.
20. They needed 24.
They needed 24.
Right.
They got with 22.
22 voted against it.
Yes.
And only 10 for.
Right. So, like, for example, the Baltimore Ravens owner is Steve Bisciotti.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. The owner of the Jets is
Yeah, but we don't know that. Like, some teams could have been different. Like, Bisciotti might have said to his coach, and his coach might have said to Harbaugh, might have said, hey, listen, Jeffrey Lurie's my guy. He hired me.
Well, I'm just saying, I'm using, for example, you have a team like with Todd Bowles. Todd Bowles said he was not against tush push. Shane Steichen said he was not against tush push. Both of those owners.
That Irsay story is wild.
Oh, my goodness. Yeah, for those who didn't hear, so Jim Irsay votes against tush push.
Yeah.
Puts out a tweet, go Pacers, go win the conference finals, takes a nap, and never wakes up.
Yeah, Jim Irsay, the owner of the Indianapolis Colts, passed away last night. And I said, how crazy would it have been? Now, Irsay had a crazy life. This guy was ran it from both ends of the candle there. How crazy would it have been if Irsay was the deciding vote and then passed away hours later? I mean, that would have been apropos for the life that guy lived.
Yeah.
That he votes, I'm voting for, and he's the 9th team that puts it over the top.
By the way, he did listen to his coach, and he voted against tush push.
So Steichen, because Steichen and Gannon, the 2 most recent
Eagles,
and Kellen Moore voted for.
Well, no, they didn't vote. So the coaches said at the last time the coaches were at the NFL meetings that they were not against the tush push, but their owners got up and voted against it.
Right. But I thought weren't the Saints one of the teams that voted for?
Let me double
I
check.
thought that Arizona and Indianapolis voted against.
They
and
did
that
vote
the
against. I
Saints-
know that.
Yeah, those 2 did, and that the Saints voted for. I could be wrong about that. I thought that they said Kellen Moore
I'll pull up the whole list here.
voted for.
Give me a minute.
Because it's almost like you could find a connection for every team that voted for. I would imagine there's like some way that you could be like, why did they vote for? Well, Kellen Moore's the coach. He's friends with, obviously just left there, and he was a proponent of it. Because, by the way, Kellen Moore, you would imagine, could now enter that into his offense.
The Saints were one of the teams that voted against the ban. So they were one of the 10.
Yeah, they were on board with Philadelphia.
Mm-hmm.
Who were the others?
So you mentioned the Ravens,
So you got Baltimore,
the Browns,
Cleveland,
the Lions,
Detroit,
the Jags,
Jacksonville,
the Dolphins,
the
the Patriots,
New England,
the Saints,
New Orleans,
the Jets,
okay,
and the Titans.
Tennessee. All right.
Those were your 9, plus the Eagles got to 10.
Yeah, Baltimore, obviously, Harbaugh came from Philly, so you got that. You got the New Orleans. You got Kellen Moore coming from Philly. You're trying to figure – I think Detroit's pretty Dan Campbell's like, dude, listen, I'm not going to be the guy who says you come up with a football play and I'm going to be the one that bans it. No way, not on my watch. So I think that's kind of could be the direction. Cleveland and Philly have a lot of crossover in the front office.
They do.
Andrew Berry.
Andrew Berry, yep.
I can't remember her name.
Well, Andrew Berry's brother works for the Eagles.
Yeah, and Andrew Berry was in Philly, and there's the woman that was here in the front office.
Catherine Raiche?
Catherine Raiche. She's in Cleveland, or she was in Cleveland.
She was in Cleveland,
still there.
Yeah. She's down in Minnesota
They
now.
also play a lot in, like, inter squad.
Inter-squad in the preseason.
Whatever they're called. The
Inter-squad training camp.
Yeah, they generally will have a practice against each other. So Cleveland and Philly seem to have a relationship. Their front office is there. I don't know. I'm sure that there's some connection through a lot of these teams that you can kind of say, all right, I would like to see, this is what I would like to see. I don't want to try to get all political on everybody, but I would like to see the voting records of the teams that voted against and the teams that voted for.
I'm sure somebody somewhere could probably track that down who has much more access to stuff than I do. But I will say, what is interesting is that apparently...
Although the Jets are on the list for... The Jets were on the list for Philadelphia.
Right.
And I know that the Jets and the Eagles owners likely don't vote the same way.
Oh, they definitely don't vote the same way.
Well,
Jeffrey
no.
Lurie has been vocal about that.
Well, Woody Johnson was in the cabinet the last time.
Yeah, and Jeffrey Lurie has overtly said, hey, I give to the other side of the aisle.
So that's one team that voted with Philly, and so I guess maybe that theory's out the window.
So really,
Although the rest of them I would like to see.
So Jeffrey Lurie, speaking of him, some of the owners who voted against the Eagles did not paint a very pleasant light of how Jeffrey Lurie sounded giving his speech compared to Jason Kelce.
It was a little bit like he was having like an argument with his girlfriend and trying to make a point. And then Kelce walked up and he was a little bit more measured. And he talked about why the play should stay. And I had a few people that were in the room say, like, Kelce was unbelievable. Like, Jeffrey Lurie and Jason Kelce saved the tush push.
Wow. See, the Lurie thing, he's getting criticized for the comment he made about the young boy's dream.
Yeah.
Which, interesting choice of description there. But now I read the article that you sent me yesterday from Seth Wickersham, which is interesting based on what Rossini said there, which was Brooke Pryor, who covers the Steelers, said that Kelce didn't really move the needle.
Well, apparently he didn't for certain people, but Jeremy Fowler of ESPN says that the Steelers owner thinks that Jason Kelce did move the needle. Here's what Jeremy Fowler said yesterday on ESPN's NFL Live.
He said that Jalen Hurts is going to continue to get those first downs, whether he's pushed or not. The offensive line is just that good. So that was pretty refreshing for the owners to just hear the football standpoint. Steelers president Art Rooney told me that he thought that Kelce might have even swayed a few voters based on what he said today.
Yeah. I mean, I think Kelce probably had a bigger impact than Lurie did. What do you think?
I think he had a much bigger impact because everything I've read and heard, it's almost like Jeffrey Lurie almost imploded. It's almost like Jeffrey Lurie was almost borderline unhinged.
Yeah, I mean...
there's the one report out there that the 49ers owner yelled at Jeffrey Lurie and said, "Are you done with this bleep?"
It's amazing that Lurie was this passionate about this play. It really is.
Well, what's interesting is that Diana Rossini explains part of what happened with this whole situation is there's a specific position that Jeffrey Lurie took that appealed to some of the owners. Maybe this is why a guy like a Woody Johnson or a Steve Bisciotti or a Stephen Ross, men who are politically not aligned with Jeffrey Lurie, but maybe Lurie saying this got their attention. Mike, this is from Diana Rossini on the Scoop City podcast.
Something Jeffrey Lurie said, we are not members here, we are owners. On how, we are owners, not members, right? So I was thinking of a golf club, right? They don't have to do what they're being told to do. They get to make the decision. They can decide. And I think that stood out with a lot of owners.
Yeah.
We need to do what we believe in.
The fact that on the day of the vote, you were still you would think most people would have gotten there and said, "I'm not voting for this thing," or "I'm not for this." And that if it actually swayed somebody at the last minute, pretty interesting. But their point is accurate. I don't work for you,
Right, the NFL owners pay Roger Goodell's salary.
Yeah.
And which is very interesting because remember, it's Goodell who helped push a lot of this, as Diana Rossini explains.
It started to get out that Roger Goodell did not like it. He thought the play was ugly, thought it kind of resembled rugby. And I think that's when it became a bigger issue because a lot of owners want to make sure they're in line with what Roger Goodell wants to do. That's the dynamics sometimes. So I do think some teams tend to lean on that side of it.
The reporting about Goodell, I've heard mixed stuff on, but, some people saying, because I talked to Adam Caplan earlier today, whether or not the Packers were forced into this. Everyone's looking at the Packers at come on, sour grapes. And then there was reporting that Goodell kind of went to them and said, "Hey, will you be the team that kind of does this?" And they kind of reluctantly were like, "Yeah, sure." But, you hear all different sides of the coin on this matter.
Yeah, but to your point, here's what Diana Rossini said about it. Because there are multiple reports that have come out recently, The Athletic, PFT, saying that basically the Packers, as Rossini explains, were chosen to be the one to do the dirty work here.
I had a general manager tell me that the league 100% picked the Green Bay Packers because they don't have an owner and they could plant the seed of this is what we want. In fact, I had somebody right after this all went down said, well, the league is going to be mad about this. They didn't win.
Well, the fact that they would go to the Packers because they don't have an owner, which some people, how do they not have an owner? Well, they don't really have a quote-unquote owner. They have a board.
Yeah, they have a board.
Yeah, which is owned by the fans, and then they promote, elect an owner.
They elect the representatives.
Yeah.
Like Mark Murphy for many years has been the most recent representative.
Yeah. So basically, they went to the team that they felt had the weakest leverage, I guess.
Well,
or the least voice.
The least voice, right? The team that would have the least, because again, as Rossini, and this is the part that keeps standing out to me, Mike. She explains, and you heard Jeffrey Lurie say, "We are not members, we are owners." Right? Mm-hmm. It's this idea that the league can't go to Woody Johnson, Stephen Ross, Jerry Jones, and say, "I want you to do this," because those guys are going to be like, "Bleep you, Roger! I pay your salary."
It shouldn't even you get in a room, you hit a button, yes or no. Nobody gets to push or pull or talk. You just go in. You don't know what my vote is. Here it is.
Well, it's funny you said that.
People always say, "Well, you should not. You should let your vote be known. People should know." Well, then this is what happens. You get people who get persuaded because their vote becomes public.
Well, as I would say, it's funny you said that because Jeremy Fowler got to talk to Jerry Jones yesterday. And Jerry Jones says he likes this whole debate in public, this whole airing out of grievances, shall we call it. Here was Jerry Jones yesterday speaking with ESPN's Jeremy Fowler.
Any play that's out of the ordinary gets some extra scrutiny just because of the competition in there. And so all of that, I think, is now that's the fun part of having these meetings. And here we are, the world champion is the main focus of the tush push. And here we are debating it and having to decide, well, am I really against the tush push or just don't want Philadelphia to have an edge? And I sit there and fight that too, and smile when they're making a presentation.
Yeah, well, listen, that's the part where Dallas is like, I'm in the division with that. They're my rival. I don't want them to benefit off of a play, but I don't mind the play.
Right. And you saw that all three NFC East rivals voted against.
Yeah. What did Rojas just do there?
I think Rojas
There
tripled.
you go. He stole second, bad throw, and then went to third.
That's a good heads up there.
That's a hashtag play Rojas. I mean, he's been in the game for 2 minutes. He's already done two things more than Marsh has done all week.
Yeah, Marsh is just a waste at this point.
Actually, he's been hitting a little bit.
Marsh has been hitting better. Yeah, I totally get that. I have Marsh fatigue. I'm at the point where I'm just like, I'm tired of the guy. I'm tired of trying to pigeonhole this guy into a position where, you're hyper dependent on Marsh's bat.
Who is he running for? Because Castellanos is up now.
I'm assuming he's
running
for
Schwarber?
Schwarber.
Well, it's the ninth inning. They're up 2-0. They're trying to get another run.
Because the
although
lineup,
Schwarber slid into home earlier, I'm hoping that didn't
tweak something.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Did Rojas hit there?
I didn't see him hit. I saw him come in as a runner.
So did he just pinch run for Schwarber? That's what I'm saying. I'm hoping
thinking
Schwarber
he pinch run. I mean, come on,
Castellanos. Oh, Castellanos. That's the worst at bat of all time.
And Rojas still almost scored.
Of all Castellanos' horrible at bats, that one's probably at the top of the list.
I don't understand these weak swings from him. Like, he just throws the bat out there like gingerly, like, oh, maybe I can make contact. Like, I hate when he does
Your
this.
descriptions of negativeness is really poor. Oh, I think I can make contact. I mean, come on.
He looks
it's just an awful at bat. It's awful.
He sheepishly swings at it like he's like he's a 9-year-old trying to make contact in Little League.
He can't hit that pitch, and he just literally
He shouldn't swing at it.
Obviously he can't pick the ball coming out of the pitcher's hands. I mean, it's been 3 years of this. It's the same pitch he sees every single time. And he swings at it. That one, he would have been better off if he didn't make contact on. Instead, he sticks his bat out and he hits it to a drawn-in infield.
Yeah, sticks his bat out like an idiot.
That at-bat was so bad. You have a runner on third with less than 2 outs, and he's got the infield drawn in. All he needs to do is just somehow pop a little fly ball into the outfield. You got Rojas on third, who runs like the wind, who goes from first to third on a stolen base. And he can't get the ball out. By the way, he didn't even swing. He just stuck his bat out.
Yeah, he sheepishly put his bat out there.
Terrible.
Hoping on a prayer.
Awful. In the pantheon of horrible Nick Castellanos at bats, that one is vaulted to the top of the list. Now, it's an inconsequential one because it's 2-0. Now, if the Rockies come back, you're going to probably get Romano. Oh, there's a base hit. Kepler.
Well, look at Kepler. Well, that would score the run easily.
Yeah. Oh, that foul ball.
It foul.
Probably going to get Romano here if they don't score. So I would imagine Romano was up. If they don't score, Romano will come in. And if they do get a couple extra runs, maybe someone like Banks. Oh, Banks pitched yesterday. So we'll see. We'll get that up for you coming up on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. All right, 5:30, Romano in the game. First batter struck out Mickey Moniak, 97-mile-per-hour fastball above the hands. A little Romano gas there for you. Looking for 2 more outs here in the ninth. Phillies lead it 2-0 over the Rockies, trying to get a 4-game sweep. It's tough to sweep a team 4, even a lousy team that's 8-42 or whatever the heck they are. It's hard to go there on the road and win all 4 games to see if Romano, no man. Nope, he's got it. That one was a weird camera angle.
Yeah, that camera angle did not do a good job of following that ball, but Phillies win.
Look at Romano, pumped up. First season series sweep of 7 games versus an opponent in franchise history. So they swept the games in Philly and then swept them here in Colorado. So Romano gets the the save, and the Phillies sweep the Colorado Rockies. That Rockies team is really bad.
Mike, watching that inning, it was almost like Romano said, I've been sitting in the bullpen watching how terrible this team is all week. Watch me shut them down.
Well, he came in and just pounded. That's the thing with Romano right now, man. He is throwing strikes. The first week or 2 of the season, he just could not command anything. His pitches, his curveball, his slider was all over the place.
Well, I go back to, remember what he said? He said that, there was something wrong with his mechanics. He kept pointing to the fact that, his foot was landing in the wrong spot. Is it maybe just as simple as he got his mechanics
there's
cleaned
something
up?
to be said for that. If you have a mechanical issue and you kind of clean that up, it just, I guess in our mind, it's hard for us to compute that a professional's mechanics get out of whack a little bit because you just assume that they're so routine with what they do every single day.
Right.
And the fact that they may have a mechanical issue that they don't feel or figure out on their own, that they need someone to see it in a video. And then you are a professional. You do the same thing almost all the time, that you then have to kind of teach yourself to go back doing it the way that you had success. If you get away from that in the first place. One of the problems, you're talking about, you see a guy changes his batting stance like all the time. Like, what are you doing? Like, some of these guys, their batting stance is just routine every single time. Hey, you tweaked your batting stance. They were doing the thing, I think it was with Stephen Kwan from the
Guardians.
Cleveland when they played them, and he was talking about how he tweaked his batting stance. And, it's just odd to hear at this level that all of a sudden, you know what, I'm going to decide to change my batting stance. This one's not working for me. I'll try that this way next.
Well, that's why I love this story that Kruk tells sometimes where he talks about, he's like, hey, if I was struggling on this, I would just move closer or further away from the plate. And, he said sometimes just making a couple steps here, a couple steps there in the boxes can change everything for a hitter.
Well, and you hear all the time, I love this one. You got young kids, and there's a kid out there who's not throwing very hard. Well, this guy throws too slow. And I'm like, listen, if you're a good hitter, you can hit a guy throwing any speed he comes in. You make the adjustments, right? You don't hear a guy, you're telling me that if a pitcher was throwing 85 miles an hour, that, Stephen Kwan couldn't make the adjustments to hit 450 against that guy.
Right.
Right? You just make the adjustments, and the good hitters can make that adjustment. They don't say the guy's not throwing hard enough. They make the adjustment to make sure that they time it up with a guy who's not throwing quite as hard. But the Phillies get a Jordan Romano save, and Romano is increasingly becoming a very important figure for this team. Are we at the point now where we have to now trust that Romano has turned the corner, and do we all now say, man, we got Romano at the back end of the bullpen. This guy's legit. His numbers, if you just pulled them up, you'd be like, this guy's horrible. Quite frankly, I don't know how he's going to fix that ERA, because you're at a point where he doesn't – when you're a closer and you have like a bad inning or two, he had multiple bad innings. So it is hard for someone who pitches on the bullpen, because they only throw 1 inning a day generally, to lower that ERA. I don't remember the last time that Romano had a bad outing, and his ERA is still 6.87. So he's not going to be able to really – at the end of by the way, he threw 10 pitches today, threw 8 strikes. So at the end of the year, you're going to look at Romano and be like, my God, that ERA was terrible. But he has had a stretch here where he has been outstanding. And the bullpen today, by the way, Kerkering threw 1 pitch, 1 out. Strom threw 15 pitches, 12 strikes. Romano threw 10 pitches, 8 strikes. Collectively, they gave up 1 hit, struck out 2 in 2 and 2 and a third.
So Romano's last bad outing was April 19th when he allowed 6 runs against the Marlins. So it was over a month ago.
Yeah, that's over a month ago.
So now before today's game, in the 10 games since then, he has allowed only 1 earned run in his last 10 games combined. He has 13 strikeouts over those 10 games.
So he lowered his ERA today from 7.27 down to 6.87. So it's slowly kind of dipping. It's now under 7. But now I guess today was his 6th save of the year.
Mm-hmm.
The number that's starting to stick out for me, though, is the strikeouts.
Yeah,
because he was a big-time strikeout pitcher with the Blue Jays. When he pitched for the Blue Jays, I loved him, man. He was awesome with the Blue Jays. So when the Phillies signed him, as I said many times, I was kind of like, okay, I like this signing. Saw him early and was like, oh, my God, this guy's a disaster, and never had any faith that he was going to turn back into the guy in Toronto. But let me just remind people what he did in Toronto. So in 2020, he only pitched 15 games. But in those 15 games, 21 strikeouts in 14 innings. His whip was 0.89. His ERA was 1.23. All right, so he gives Toronto a taste of what he can do. The next year, he comes back as pretty much the predominant closer for them. 7-1, that's inconsequential. 2.14 ERA, a 1.05 whip, 85 strikeouts in 63 innings. So now you're saying, all right, this guy's a big-time arm, 23 strikeout saves. In 2022, 2.11 ERA, 1.0 whip, 73 strikeouts in 64 innings, 36 saves. Now he's one of the premier closers in all of baseball. 2023, he follows that up with a 2.90 ERA, 1.22 whip, 72 strikeouts in 59 innings, and 36 saves again. So for 2 straight years, he has 36 saves back-to-back. But the strikeout numbers, he had over 140 strikeouts in 111-plus innings. That's the dominator that you were looking at. Well, last year, he has elbow problems, and yet still had 13 strikeouts in 13 innings. So he's still kind of piling up a strikeout an inning, but obviously he got hurt and missed the rest of the season. So the first month of the season in Philadelphia is he just kind of getting past that arm problem, getting himself back into mound shape, and here we see a guy. Do you now feel that the Phillies have one of those premier lockdown closers again? I mean, because if he's the guy that he was in 2021 through 2023, that's a weapon that I don't think you thought you had in April.
Listen, it certainly makes the loss of Alvarado a lot less intense because you have a guy at the back end who you can say, 9th inning comes, I have a tight lead, I can give it to this guy, I know he can get the job done. Now, the question is, are the guys before him going to be a good enough bridge? Remember the bridge to Lidge in 2008? There was a plethora of guys that they relied on. They got the job done. So now, when you look at Kerkering and Strom and those guys, are those guys going to be enough to get it to Romano night in and night out?
Well, the problem, Strom, all-star last year, very good last year, wasn't as good in the playoffs. Same with Hoffman, same with Estevez.
Right.
Kerkering, I've been big on Kerkering. So far, he's been disappointing to me. I expected and hoped for more from Kerkering. He threw 1 pitch today. He got an out. That doesn't change my opinion that he's been disappointing. Big Kerkering fan, though. I think he has the stuff, and I don't know. He has the stuff. Does he have the makeup, I guess is the question. Does he have the makeup to let his stuff and trust it play in big inning situations, big high-leverage spots? If he can, then he's your guy that you can go to the 8th inning, your bridge to Romano.
Right.
But they have to find somebody else to kind of replace those Alvarado innings. You can't tell me that this team feels comfortable with Carlos Hernandez and Jose Ruiz being a part of, this bullpen come playoff time.
No, you're not, because they don't have the A+ stuff. Like, one of the reasons why the Phillies picked up Alvarado years ago off the trash heap from Tampa was because you knew that the pitches that he had, if he could just harness it, if he could just kind of get everything figured out, he had the talent. Ruiz and Hernandez, these guys, and whoever else you're going to throw out there, they just don't have the stuff. They don't have the A+ stuff.
I would disagree with they don't have the stuff. They don't have the command is the problem. Carlos Hernandez throws 100 miles an hour, and he just can't throw strikes. There's his problem. That guy's got a ton of arm talent, Hernandez. Just can't throw strikes consistently. He's all over the place.
So you're saying if those guys could be controlled?
Well, yeah. If you got a guy throwing 100 miles an hour with some of the stuff that he has, yeah, but you got a lot of guys who throw hard and can't throw strikes. That's why, the Kansas City Royals are a pretty good team. I mean, they won a World Series based on their bullpen in 2015. They know bullpen arms. They had a guy that they just couldn't trust. He just could not throw strikes for them. You look at last year, by the way, he wasn't even that bad. 3.30 ERA, and the whip 1.33. Right now, his whip is 1.8. Why is his whip 1.8? Because he can't throw strikes. He's all over the place. He's got 11 walks right now in 19 innings. I mean, as a guy out of the bullpen, you can't have 11 walks in 19 innings. Think about this. Last year, he threw 30 innings. He had 16 walks. So, still a lot of walks, but he's almost there already in almost half the innings.
Right.
So, he just has not been a guy who can command his stuff. But if you look at the other number that stands out for him, 70 innings, 77 strikeouts. He has been a guy who's been able to strike guys out because he throws so hard, just has no command. He has no idea where the pitch is going to end up. Now, Ruiz a little different. He doesn't have quite I don't think anyway that Jose Ruiz has the same arm talent as Hernandez does. No.
Okay, well, still, but Hernandez, that's one guy. I still need another guy to replace Alvarado. And to me, outside of Romano,
neither one of those guys should be candidates for this job, by the way.
Right. So you got to add somebody.
Yeah, and I think they will. I think that, look, last year they went out and got Carlos Estevez. Who saw that coming?
It ended up being a solid move.
Yeah, I mean, but like when they got Estevez, you're like, man, they went out and got a closer. Like, You had Jeff Hoffman, you had Matt Strahm. You didn't look at your bullpen as being a problem, and then they went out and got Estevez. So I think they have Romano. I'm starting to feel a little bit more comfortable with Romano. My only concern with him would be, will he break down? It's not more, okay, do I trust him? Is he the real deal?
So, so you don't want to overwork him at this point.
Yeah, he had arm problems last year.
Right.
He had to be shut down and missed most of the season last year. My thing, he's 32 years old, coming off arm problems. Is that going to come back and bother him again at some point this year? Because you are short in your bullpen.
Right.
There are nights where Alvarado might get those calls against you're at a part of a lineup that has a left-handed hitter that starts the inning. We'll start Alvarado here in the ninth. Romano, you're getting the night off. Well, now, like today, it's a 2-0 game. Maybe I don't want to use Romano against the Rockies, but I don't really have another option there, so I'm going to have to try to get him to close this game out because our offense let us down. I just don't want to see him break down. But I will say this.
Yeah.
The first month of the season, I didn't think there was any way that Romano could win me back over. But I think I feel I think I feel back to, okay, he's taking me off the ledge in terms of my trust in Jordan Romano. I think I can trust Jordan Romano that he is now a solid piece of the bullpen. Now, is there another solid piece of the bullpen? As much as I like Kerkering, I'm not ready to go there. As much as Strahm has been very good, I think you want Strahm you don't want him as high in the priority chart.
Right. Like, you don't want Strom constantly having to keep coming in the 8th inning. You want to be able to use him because now you're down a left-hander in like the 6th or 7th inning if you need it.
Yeah, I think finding, and at this point, I don't even know, finding a left-handed guy is going to be really, really tough.
Yeah, there's not many of those guys.
No, to say, hey, we're looking for bullpen help. Oh, by the way, can he be left-handed? I mean, now you're really, there's just not a lot of guys who are going to be on the trade market that are premier left-handed pitchers.
Well, that's why it was such an anomaly last trade deadline when Tanner Scott was available. Because people were like...
Well, yeah, because he was a free agent.
But also, he was a hard-throwing left-hander who could close games.
Mm-hmm.
It's like they're like unicorns.
He is with the Dodgers now.
Yes.
He got traded to the
Padres
last year. But, you got to get creative here. And listen, we had Zalecki on. He talked about, now Zalecki said a couple things that stood out to me. One, he did not poo-poo Mick Abel pitching out of the bullpen. He also did not poo-poo Painter being an option in the bullpen come playoff time. He said he doesn't see him being a regular season pitching out of the bullpen. But he did not shoot down the possibility of Painter helping you in the bullpen.
Right, because his whole thing is that when Dombrowski keeps talking about Painter, he says, we see him as a starter. We see him as a starter. Well, the only time of year where starters come out of the bullpen is the postseason.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised by that. By the way, Sports Bash Live, what an epic choke job by the Knicks last night. Had to throw that in there. I completely forgot about that all day today. But the Timberwolves play the Thunder tonight. Bet365 play of the day is coming up. I don't know how I did on the game last night. I forget what my play was. I think I took the over.
Yes.
How'd that do?
I'll check it.
All right.
I do know. I was going to say, did you see what Halliburton said after the game?
I did not see what he said after the game,
So
but I will say this.
Yeah.
Halliburton is, out of the guys that are left, the Anthony Edwards, Shea Gilgeous-Alexander, the Brunsons, and they're like the top four. They're like the best player on each team. Somebody was making a reference to like that Halliburton is like the guy who takes like the small school in the NCAA tournament and just keeps winning all these crazy games. Because they're down, 17 last night or something like that, and came back to win that game on the road, by the way.
So the reason why I wanted to bring up what Halliburton said was because he did the choke symbol last night after he made
funny.
the one shot. And so he said after the game, I was saving that for the right moment. And he says, but I don't know if that was the right moment now that I look back on it. It's like I probably should have kept it for later in the series.
Well, that was a big choke job by the Knicks last night.
And by the way, Reggie Miller, he saw him do it. He gave him the point like, I see you, young man.
Good stuff. Well, you need the drama. By the way, the ratings for that game, very good.
Well, you called that.
Over 6 million.
You said yesterday, Mike, that you thought that series would do well because the New York team's in there.
Yeah.
And they have some cachet.
This game tonight, we'll see if they can pick up the momentum from that. Oklahoma City and Minnesota. You can listen to the game right here on 97.3 ESPN. Knicks and Pacers tomorrow night on 97.3 ESPN. All right, we'll give the Bet365 play of the day coming up next as we get out of here on a Thursday. Coming up. All right, 5:53, getting ready to get out of here. Time for the Bet365 play of the day. Last night we went with the over in the Knicks-Pacers game. Feels like another winner. How'd we do?
You won that, Mike. You nailed that. 170. 111-1 is now your current record after last night's win.
170, 111-1. Let's keep it going. Got the Western Conference Finals tonight. Going Minnesota. Minnesota with the cover tonight against the Thunder. They are plus 8.5. So I'm going to go Minnesota plus 8.5. I'm pulling for Oklahoma City, but I got to take Minnesota tonight plus 8.5 as my Bet365 play of the day. You want a WNBA play for you too?
Sure, why not?
You up for that? You want some more money? I have the Liberty tonight.
Liberty Bibbity?
Liberty against the Sky. Take the Liberty tonight.
What's that number? I like the play because I don't know if the Sky are going to win a game anytime soon. So
I will tell you the number in just 1 second. I just want to make sure it's the most up-to-date number for you. Liberty versus Sky. New York is minus 12.5.
That sounds safe. I feel like a 15, 16-point win.
Sky 0-11 as a home dog since 2024.
Sky's having a lot of shooting trouble right now, so I think Sabrina Ionescu is going to shoot their lights out.
There you go. A couple plays for you in the Bet365 play of the day. Phil's win. Romano with the save. Lousy runners in scoring position day. Kudos to Kepler and Harper. They had RBIs. Have a great night.